Good morning, and welcome back. This is going to be a chill chat stream. I might play a little bit of the campaign. I've never tried it, so who knows. But yeah, I had a really good time talking with you guys. So if people pop in, we can just, chat. I got a couple questions for people. If you guys want to give me your opinions, that's cool. You have to go. See you later. No problem. Thanks for joining, Maddie or Noah, whichever one of you guys joined. Thank you. I appreciate it. And you hit the like. Thank you. I appreciate it. But yeah, I'll see you later. Hopefully. And if not, have a great day. Hope it goes well for you, bro. Or lady. I never know which one is which. I'm just sipping on my coffee anyways. Oh, hey, what's up, Maddie? How you doing? How is the weather down by you? I think you said you're from Louisiana, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, that's Noah. He will be back later. Okay, cool. No problem. Yeah, hopefully you have some nice weather. It's actually very mild today. I think I'm going to get out and enjoy some of this weather once it warms up a little bit. It's still early. It's 9:23 a.m. here, so I just made some scrambled eggs and I burnt them because I wasn't paying attention. So I was like, "What's that smell? Why do my eggs smell like that?" Well, fool, you had your pan way too hot, like as though I'm making sunny side up, and yeah, it's like, I mean, they weren't burnt like bad, but they were just, like, um, scrambled eggs are supposed to be like light and fluffy, and these were not. They were brutal. Oh, you're going live at 10:52. What is that? Probably Central. I gotta turn my phone to see. Hey, Maxie, what's up? Yeah, is that gonna be Central? So I imagine that's noon. I'll come check you out. But yeah, Maxie, what's up? I haven't seen you in a minute. Okay, cool. I'll check you out. Thanks for letting everybody know. What's up, Maxie? How you doing? So I have a question since there's a couple of you here now, okay? So I was in somebody's live stream this morning. That's usually what I do in the morning. I go into people's live streams or at night. I, try and support people, hit the like, chat it up a bit, you know what I mean? Whatever. Especially people who, like come into my stream and say something, right? I want to reciprocate and kind of pay back the favors that you guys do. So I was in this lady stream, nothing much, chilling, cool. I was in this lady stream. I'm not going to say who it is. I'm not trying to bash her at all. I'm just curious about what you guys think, if I did the right thing or not, because I kind of feel like I should. I overreact. That's my tendency. But it just annoyed me. So what happened was she has 141,000 subs. Okay, so 140K subs, like insane amount. She also has about 100 to 150 people in her stream sitting there, but nobody's really talking. So anyways, that usually to me indicates that you're like sort of, you have bots in there. It's not actual people, right? There could be people lurking, but like, what are the odds that there's like 100 people lurking out of 110 and there's like 3 people talking? Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not likely. So I kept asking her, like, I said, hey, how long have you been doing YouTube? And she's like, oh, an hour. And I was like, no, like, she said, oh, a year. And I was like, what, a year? How do you have 140,000 subs in a year? I'm like, that's insane. I'm like, good job. But I'm like, do you have any advice for like a new content creator? Hey, what's up, Elliot? Yo, what's up? Do you have any advice for like a new content creator? Like trying to, I'm trying to blow up. I'm trying to get bigger and whatever, right? And chat, I think that's the best way to go about things. Hey, Rhonda, welcome in. So I think that's the best way to go about things is like if you see someone successful at something, then you want to emulate and like kind of like do what they're doing or take their advice, right? Like she obviously is successful in and doing something that I want to be doing. So I was like saying to her, "Oh, I appreciate it, bro. I appreciate it. Don't sweat it, man. Don't sweat it. Honestly, the whole thing about it, I appreciate you saying that. The whole thing about it is like I want a lot of the younger people, especially because like older people probably aren't gonna fall into that trap. They've probably already seen the horrors, the bad things that happen from drugs or alcohol abuse, and you know that's why I posted it, bro. It wasn't like I'm not trying to get views or anything like that. It's just I know, like I know how many young people, you guys are impressionable. You know, like if your friends do it or if you know you see people do it, you're gonna do it. You know, I learned that, especially with YouTube and playing video games with kids. Like you know, my ex-girlfriend's kid, he started talking like me. He started acting like me. He would walk like me. Like he would do everything. Like he emulated and he wanted to be like me. So that's why I try and refrain from cursing, because you know, we send him to school and we say, hey, please don't swear. And I'm sitting here cursing. Like, I mean, what's he gonna do, bro? He's gonna do the same thing. You're going with your dad? That's awesome, bro. That's awesome. So back to what I was saying. So I had said to her, hey, like, how did you blow up? Like, what advice do you have? And she just kept ignoring me, chat. She literally wouldn't answer. And she was answering, like she's engaging and playing Fortnite. And by the way, I will say this, she is cracked out at Fortnite. She's a very good, she's like 35 years old. So I could see a lot of people watching her just because, you know, it'd be like, oh, like, you know, typically they don't think that women or like older women, like for example, are going to be like amazingly good at video games, which she is cracked, bro. She's really, really good. So it's nothing against her skill. I know a lot of people would watch just to see, is she that good? Is she really good? And then when you see her play, you'd be like, holy crap, like she's that good. 65% done your game? Nice, bro. So what happened was, I went to say another message, right? Because she was sort of ignoring me. And I was just going to drop it, right? I was going to drop the whole, how did you get 140,000 subs? How do you have 150 people? Like, I was just going to drop it and talk about something else. And I was, like, a moderator timed me out. I might have been banned. I might have been timed out for 5 minutes, 10 minutes a day. I don't know, right? And it doesn't tell you. So, I was, like, annoyed, right? Like, I was, like, annoyed by that because I was like, man, I didn't say anything rude. I was just asking you a question. Like, it wasn't even spam. It's not like I'm saying the same thing over and over again. But yeah. And am I going to be on Thursday, going to Granny's house so you can play? Yeah, I think I will be on Thursday, bro. We should be able to play. We should be able to play for sure. Yeah, what's up, Elliot? 65% done your game? Heck yeah. You still playing Mario Paper? But yeah, I just wanted to ask you guys, like, do you think that was the appropriate thing to do with what because I was, obviously she's bought her subs, chat. That's how she has, she's the best character in Mario. Nice. So obviously she's bought her subs, chat, okay? And she's probably got bots in her channel. That's why I was one of the only people talking. So, you know, should I tell what the game's all about? Absolutely you should, bro. You should do a review. You should give it, give it a score maybe, you know? You've been practicing Fortnite golf. Okay. We now Ruthless is practicing. Rhonda's practicing. Oh god. Yoshi is the best character in Mario. I like Yoshi. I mean, Yoshi's pretty good. That's who Ruthless likes too. Ruthless picked Yoshi. Who's my favorite character in Mario? Oh man, that's a tough one. I don't know. That's a really tough one, bro, for me. I like Yoshi, I do. I like Donkey Kong. I've always liked Donkey Kong. Maybe Donkey Kong's my answer. Just because she's good doesn't mean she's right. Ignore UCD. Yeah. Well, you know what? She's really good at the game, Maxi. She is very good. Like, she's cracked, bro. Like, you might almost, when you watch her, you might almost think she's cheating, but I don't think she is unless she's got a toggle on her aimbot. You know, she may have a toggle on her aimbot, and she might be really smart at, like, let me give you an example, guys. You could have aimbot keyed to number 1, and you could have shoot as number 2. So she could shoot with number 2 sometimes just to miss on purpose, so that way all of her shots don't hit, right? because it kind of throws off the viewers, it throws off other people if they're watching her, right? Because she kills people in like 2 seconds, like literally. If they're close to her, she switches guns. Her movement's amazing, but you know, like I just don't see. I've never seen anybody with over 100,000 subs in a year, and she has 140,000. You know, so yeah, you should tell what the game is all about, for sure, for sure. I think Riley plays Yoshi for me. Okay, okay. Yeah, you know, and Maxi, the thing is, a lot of YouTubers, they ignore, like, they don't read chat. They don't even care what I'm saying. They really, honestly don't even care. But she was reading it, and so imagine this, guys. She's cracked out. She's literally, in my opinion, out of 10, she's like a 9. She's literally a 9 out of 10. She's almost the best player I've seen, and probably one of the best women I've seen play Fortnite. She's just really good. But she was reading chat at the same time, which is difficult, but it's still doable. And then she just would read all my questions and answer them, but except for how did you blow up? Like, do you have any advice? Like, so in my opinion, it made it seem like she probably bought a lot of those subs, which you can do, chat. You can take like, you know, $500 and you can buy, I don't know how many subs, right? You can buy a ton. So you'll see these people and they have 1 million, like let's say I know a guy, he's got like 1,100,000 subs, okay? But he'll only have like 5 people in his channel. Like he literally has as many, when he goes live, he has as many people in his channel as me, and he's got 1 million subs. So to me, it's like, you know, if you had 1 million subs, you would have like 50 people in your chat at least, or 100, you know? I'm pretty good too. Would like to face her Blitz Battle Royale. Yeah. You know what? Honestly, I would like to face her too. And chances are I probably have, because I play the game so much and I just didn't even know. I probably was like, she's a hacker. That's a hacker. Well, she actually plays male characters, so you wouldn't even know it's a girl. Like, it's funny. I always play girl characters to troll people, like make them think that I'm a girl, and she always plays guy characters. But again, this is nothing against her. I'm not trying to bash. The thing is, I don't want to bash another streamer. You know, I don't want to be mean, but at the same time, I just felt like, you know, why did you moderate me? Why did you block my, you know, you ignored my questions and then you blocked me so I couldn't say it anymore. You know, it's obvious that she's, you know, she's up to something, up to no good, chat will say. When people do that, it's for a nefarious reason, for a bad reason. It's not like they moderated me because I said, hey, I cursed at her, or I said anything of the nature. Nothing. Nothing like that. It wasn't anything mean. Oh, that's a long message, bro. I'm not going to read every single one of your messages, Elliot. Sorry, bro. Sorry, bro. That's a really long message. I'll read this one, okay? I'm not going to read all of them. So, experience very cool stuff, Jurassic collect money, and you do complete the levels, and if you get like somebody coins, you can buy whatever you want. Okay, okay. That's cool, bro. That's very cool. You have to leave stream at 9? That's okay, bro. Yeah, it's cool. What's going on? What do you got going on at 9? But yeah, that's cool. Do your thing. But yeah, Mario Paper sounds pretty cool, bro. The Origami King. When I was a kid at school, right on, right on. Yeah, hit the books, bro. Hit the books. It's super important, guys. Super important when you're young. You know, you don't want to be like an old man or old woman and then have to freaking do some, you know, flipping hamburgers or fries jobs. Not that there's anything wrong with that. If you want to flip hamburgers and you want to, you know, be in front of a hot fryer and do fries all day, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But for those of you that are really, really smart, you know, for those of you that are really, really smart, or you have the opportunity to stay in school and do well, please do so. Please do well in school. It just gives you options, guys. Good grades gives you options. You can go to college. You can, you know, you can have a job that is fulfilling, and you can help the world, and you can also make good money. You know, and money isn't everything, but you do need it to live, right? Bills, you know, everything goes up too, like price of food, the price of gas, the price of housing, the price of everything goes up. You got to be lucky to win. There you go. Noah's at NWTI. I'm not sure what that is till almost 11, and then he will be in my stream. Okay, cool. Very cool. What was her name? YouTube, check her out. She's streaming right now. I don't even want to say, Maxi. I don't even want to say, bro. Your dad didn't lose the money, by the way? Okay. Okay. Good. Good, Elliot. Was he mad at you? Was he mad that you did that? Subs and likes. Okay, here, I'll pin that for you, okay? Appreciate it. But yeah, was Papa Jan mad that you used his credit card? Nah? Oh my god. He's not even mad, chat. This little monster is using his credit card and he's like, nah, he's not mad. POV this, guys. I'm rich like Elliot, and my dad just says, yeah, go and do whatever you want. Okay, Elliot, I got you a 40 million brain rot. Holy, holy, holy. It's quite the brain rot. He's chill now, bro? Okay. That's good that he's chill now. Was he mad at first? I have a feeling that you get away with bloody murder, Mr. Elliot, just because, you know, you're you. No? Oh, wow. All right. Well, thank you, Jan. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Jan. Your dad's too cool, bro. He is too chill. He's like, it's just money, boys. My car is worth $1 million. Who cares? And you know, after I saw the exchange rate, Elliot, I think your dad's car probably is worth 1 million Norwegian dollars. You know, I kind of thought about it and I was like, that actually makes sense that you're saying 1 million, because it's not 1 million Canadian, 1 million American. It's probably 1 million Norwegian dollars, literally. But that's crazy. Is a Fortnite giveaway, by the way? All right, go check out Elliot's Fortnite giveaway, guys. He will give you some V-Bucks or maybe a skin. I don't know what he's gifting. What are you gifting? What's the gift? Chat needs to know. Elliot does tons of giveaways, guys, so check him out. He literally is rich in V-Bucks because of his pops. POV this, my dad lose the money. Me, I'm cooked. Put 2 C's, not the way you spelt that. Or 2 O's, I mean, no C. Take away the C and put an O. Let's sell 100 cars? Yeah, he's gonna have... Bro, he probably has to sell 100 cars to pay for you. Maxi, thank you so much for joining. I really appreciate it. You're a goat, bro. You're a goat. If you haven't subbed to Maxi, check him out. Maxi, there's been a ton of new people in here, so you know, if you want to get some subs later, they're usually not here this early, right? But you know, when I do my streams in the afternoon or something, pop in, bro. And you know, you'll definitely get some new subs for sure, bro. For sure. 6 weeks giveaway, okay. That's a few weeks. That's like Christmas. Are you doing a Christmas giveaway? Maybe that's what I should do, chat. Maybe I should do a Christmas giveaway. How do you spell that? Like this. That's how you spell cooked. No C. Instead of a C, you put an O. You were close. I know it's hard because, you know, Norwegian's your mother language. That's your mother tongue. So, you know, English, honestly, bro, you know really, really good English. Like, trust me, chat. When you learn a second language, it can be very, very difficult to translate the words, to understand how to pronounce them correctly. I know. My family used to laugh at me all the time. There's a lot of J's, LJ's in Croatian, so it's like a ljubav. And if you say lubav or lud, like lujak is crazy, so lud is crazy, okay? But if you say ljubav with a roll your J, then it means love. So when I was trying to say love, they would be like, are you saying crazy or love? And when I was saying crazy, they were like, are you saying crazy or love? Like, it threw off my whole sentence. And they would laugh, you know, and then I'd feel embarrassed, and I wouldn't want to talk. It sucks. So don't sweat it, Elliot. Your English is excellent. POV me, I'm getting so many V-Bucks. My dad, I don't care, get more. Oh, God. Hey, bro. You're super lucky. Hey, Summer, how you doing, bro? Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Summer, if you haven't subbed to, like, let's say Maxi, he's an OG. He's been around my stream for quite some time. Super good guy. Plays Fortnite as well. Cracked player. Very, very cracked player. But yeah, even about this person, I just don't want to say her name because I'm not trying to put her on blast. It was nothing. I was just curious what people's perspective or point of view was, whether I, was I in the wrong for putting a message on her short saying that she's a bot. Like not a bot, but like that she bought subs. A Neon Le Grande Combacione. Okay. I'm trying to do a trade. I'm going to get some drinks, bro, with my dad. Okay, enjoy. Go get some drinks, bro. Say hi to Jan for me. Tell him he's the best dad ever. Give him a big hug, all that jazz. And all of you guys, make sure you hug your loved ones, Be cool. You never know when it's the last time that you may speak to them or see them. It might be a long time or it might be forever. You never know, right? Until you go to the other side. You going wait? What do you mean? Am I going wait? Are you going wait? But yeah. Nice. What's up, Summer? What's up? What's good with you? But yeah, yesterday, guys, we were talking a little bit. Hey, Dueno, welcome back. Thank you guys so much. Hit Dueno up, guys. Dueno is going through quite the struggle. There's a hurricane. He is from Jamaica, and I don't watch the news very much, but there was 40 people dead and many, many people missing. Dueno reminded me, my dad loves bro. Aw, thanks, bro. I'm doing great, though, Dueno, but, Dueno reminded me that we should really be thankful for our health. A lot of people probably lost their homes, amongst many other things, I don't imagine you're going to work when there's a dang hurricane going around, so they probably don't have much money, but go and check out Dueno's channel, watch some of his stuff. He is monetized. It will help him a lot. Just help him out. He really, really needs it right now. And, and honestly, it's a good reminder for everybody to be really thankful for your health, your safety. You never know. You could be living somewhere and all of a sudden there's an earthquake, bro, and now your house is literally crumbled to the ground. It's like rubble. It's rocks. So, just appreciate life, man. Appreciate health. I know all too well, guys. I've told you a million times my name is Cheated Death for a reason, ×2. And, those couple times that I was under the gun of cancer, I was humbled. And I try and remind myself because every so often I do forget. Yeah, of course, bro. Of course. Thank you for all the shares. This guy shares my channel every single day. He literally comes in every day, likes, throws a few comments, and he's a streamer himself, so I know, like, it's not that easy to make time and go into people's channels. He's in tons of people's channels. I see him in all these channels. Dueno, I always come in after you. You're always generally gone by then. But yeah, no, for real, bro. I appreciate it, and I think it's important. Like, if you support me, guys, if you come into my channel and you say what's up, I'm gonna go into yours. I'm gonna watch your videos, or I'm gonna watch your your stuff. The other day I watched, I think, 40 minutes of Dueno's stream because I missed it. It was a Mortal Kombat stream, and sometimes, guys, you don't even have to watch it. Just like literally, if you're going in the shower, you're going to eat, you're going to do whatever, just plug in your phone, turn on somebody's stream or live, and just watch, or video, and just watch what watch what they have. I got a Neon Le Grande Composition. Yeah, okay, cool. He's already got it, bro. He's already got the brain rot. But yeah, like literally, guys, it costs you virtually nothing, like a little bit of power, and especially with somebody like, let's say, Dueno, or anybody in that position, right? Like, they really need the help. They actually need the help, huge. Like, they need the support. So yeah, 15 minutes, nice. But yeah, if you want Dueno, type down, like, text, what's your favorite movie? That's what I was asking people yesterday, and I got people talking a lot. And, if you got a few favorite movies, that's fine. But yeah, just throw your favorite movie down, Dueno. I'll say a few of mine, guys. They're maybe a little bit older. I'll miss you too, bro. They're a little bit older, so some of you guys may not have seen them. I love the movie Heat. Heat with Al Pacino, Robert De Niro, Val Kilmer. It's such a great movie, man. It's a old, like, bank robbers kind of movie. Sort of like suspense action. I love those movies, man. Love those. But yeah, if you guys have a favorite movie, let me know. Mario and Minecraft? Okay, okay. I saw the Mario. That was good, bro. Jack Black did a really good job as Bowser or Koopa or whatever he was. He was hilarious. Like for a while there, chat, that's all you heard was that song. I'm glad people stopped singing it, to be honest, because I liked it. But you know, once I hear something, I feel like I'm gonna go crazy if I hear it a bit too much. Transporter, oh, Fast and Furious, both of those are amazing, bro. I love the Transporter. I love Jason Statham. He's awesome. But I love Fast and Furious, Dueno. I saw that in the movie theater, chat, and Dueno, and that was one of the few movies that I went and saw again. Like, my friends, you know, I was going out with some friends later, and they were like, hey, what do you want to see? Oh, you've already seen Fast and Furious? Okay, don't worry about it. You will watch something else, right? And I was like, no. I was like, I loved it so much. Let's go watch it again. I would rather watch that than any of these other movies. So I literally watched Fast and Furious twice in the theaters. And before you knew it, where I lived, everybody was getting, you know, we called them rice rockets, little Hondas with a big exhaust, run, you know, putting all these hood scoops, painting them different colors, you know, lowering them to the ground. Like, everybody was doing that, bro. Everybody was doing that, Dueno. That's too funny. Oh, Maddie says mine is Mario, Minecraft, Lilo and Stitch. Okay, that's a good one too. Oh, the live action. I didn't see that one. Oh, Bohemian Rhapsody, the Queen movie. That's a great one too. That's a great one too. I love that one too. Oh, you know what movie I love too? Wayne's World. That's got Bohemian Rhapsody in it. Peach, 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 I love you, oh. Nice. Yeah, Jack Black does sing. He's a great actor, actually. He's very funny. Something about those heavier set actors, man, they're just funnier. Like, it's like John Candy, you know, John Belushi, a bunch of them. There's a ton of them. Do I play Warzone? Yes, I do play Warzone. Yeah. I play Rebirth mostly. What is your question, Mr. Elliott? But those are all really, really good movies, guys. Those are really, really good movies. I'm going to try and think of some more. I was saying it yesterday. Lord of the Rings, the whole trilogy. I love that. I really, really love that. Terminator 2. I still watch that movie. I love that movie. That was a cult classic when I was younger. Do I want to play later? I mean, we probably can, yeah. Depending on what time, depending on what's going on, sure, yeah. I mean, I haven't played in a minute. I do have a couple downloads going on right now. I have Fortnite, so I can't, like, if you guys said, hey, let's play Fortnite, I can't play right now. Can I comment on my dad's video when we make it later? Yeah, sure, of course. You know, I comment on all your videos, bro. Dude, you support me a ton, Elliot, and I'm going to try and do my best to reciprocate and help you guys back. Well, help you back. Of course. But yeah, Summer, I played a ton of Call of Duty. So I won't play a lot of it, I'll be honest. I'm not going to play, like, you know, hours of it, that's for sure. But I'll play, you know, an hour of it. It's almost like Fortnite. You know, I played so many hours of it. It's like I got to keep it new. Gotta keep new games. He sings in the Minecraft movie. He does. Yeah, he does sing in the Minecraft movie. Did you like the short video and comment and like and subscribe? I think I did. And I appreciate you guys all, you know, sending some love, really kind words on my short. That's really, really cool. I expected, you know, the people who said something, you were the ones who I expected. You gotta go, you got 10 minutes, gotta go to school. Hey, hit the books, bro. Hit the books, Rhonda, please. That's super important, bro. But yeah, no, I appreciate you hopping in when you could, man. And we could definitely play some Call of Duty later as long as, you know, I'm not doing something at the time. But yeah, have a good day at school, bro. You know, hit those books. Take it seriously, you know. And I promise you, bro, you know, when you're 20 or 25 years old, all of your hard work will pay off. It's hard to see the light at the end of the tunnel, guys, but later on in life, like that type of stuff, It's like a skill set. If you go and learn a trade, it takes thousands of hours to become good at it. But it's once you do, you get paid good money. People respect you. You know, and they'll look at you differently, bro. If you have a trade or if you have some skill set, people will really look at you differently than if you're just kind of like, hey, I've never done anything, I don't know what I'm doing. And that's okay. Like, honestly, if you work at McDonald's, I respect that, man. If that's okay with you, the money's okay, and the job, then who cares. If I want to try something new, try gang beats. Okay, that sounds good. You just shared me. Thank you, Dueno. I appreciate it, bro. You're done with school, Elliot? Yeah, okay. Yeah, Elliot, you're a few hours ahead, right? So you're like 5 hours ahead. So he summer's probably either in Eastern or even Western or whatever zone he's in. So he's probably around me, and it's still the morning here, guys. It's still. But yeah, have a good dad day, right? Give your dad a big hug. Tell him he's the best dad in the world, because he is. And show your family and friends some love, man. Like I said earlier, you never know when you never know when it could be the last time, or things happen, bro. That's life. Life is cutthroat. It doesn't care about your feelings. Things just happen. You work at a supermarket, you do customer service, so you know how to deal with customers. Okay, fair enough. Dueno, fair enough. I definitely have done a lot of customer service type things through construction. I've met a ton of people through that, and it's hard because I would go into people's homes and I'd be in all different areas. Like, I'd be in their used bathrooms, you know what I mean, in their bedrooms, let's say, and they still have all their personal items there. So I totally understand where you're coming from. You got to have a lot of respect for people's stuff and really treat people well, because people can make your life a living hell if you don't, chat. And like, I'm sure Dueno knows, like, people can come into that supermarket and they probably are angry, they're having a bad day. It's got nothing to do with Dueno, and he's got to smile and be nice and be like, hello, thank you, goodbye, because they can literally be rude, and he can't do much, right? Like, he might see them later outside of work and then be able to say something, but at work you gotta actually, like, just smile and be like, yes sir, no sir, thank you ma'am, no thank you ma'am, goodbye, have a nice day, even if they're being jerks to you. It's 8:53 there. Nice. You got your certificate in customer service level 1 at Distinction College. Very good, bro, very good. See, and that's what I'm talking about, chat. You want to try and go to college and do something further than high school. High school is okay. It will teach you some things, and you will be able to get factory jobs and different things like that. But, you really want to try and further your education if you can. It's really, really huge. But yeah, thank you for sharing that, Dueno. That's really nice, because there's a lot of young people, and when they see something like that, it's like that's the type of example that I really want to try and set here. Customer service level 2 in January next year. Nice. And see, guys, I appreciate it though. I really do, bro. Because like, it's here's the thing, like, Dueno, honestly, like, I never realized like what an impact that I had on people, and especially young people particularly, until I started dating people with young kids, and then they were like, oh, you like James Bond GoldenEye? I love James Bond GoldenEye. Like, he doesn't care about James Bond GoldenEye, chat. He looks up to me. Like, I'm literally I'm an example for him, and obviously for other people, right? So that's why I try and do positive things, say positive things, keep it real. I keep it real with you. Yeah, YouTube is like a second job. I feel you. It is like a second job, bro. It's a lot of work, man. Like, you literally you have to stream a ton. It takes years to do anything, to get anywhere. Like I said tons of times to people, guys, when I started YouTube, I thought, why does everybody complain that it's a grind, or it gets annoying? I'm like, who cares? You just turn off the stream. You know what I mean? Like, it's just video games. But like, it's, for me, one of the hardest things was not losing my patience with people, because some people, it's not like they're trying to get me aggravated. They're just they just have a hard time paying attention or staying together as a team, or doing whatever, right? And the reality is I had to remind myself, like, the majority of the people that I'm playing with, especially in Fortnite, are very young people, like they're just young, like 9 years old, 10 years old, like They come in and they're like, "Hey, dude," and I'm like, and then I'm like, "Oh, shoot, hey," I'm literally 3 times your guys' age. So of course I'm gonna be a little bit more level-headed, I would think, and mature and blah 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 blah. But even multitasking, like reading chat and playing, that's right. I find that's the one thing, Dueno. If you're not consistent, you'll lose your momentum. A lot of things in chat are momentum, and you get you get the ball rolling, right? You get the ball rolling, and it's almost like a snowball effect. It gets bigger and bigger and faster down the hill. But then if you stop that ball, it's really hard to get it going again. And that's what I find about YouTube. If Dueno's totally right. And honestly, guys, Dueno is an excellent example, because if you go to his channel, you can see he is quite successful. He has, let's see, Mr. Dueno, go to channel. He has 2.24K subs, chat. And he's also got 2.1K videos. So that means he's posted 2,100 videos, chat. That is many, many, many hours of streaming, gaming, interacting with people. If you go to his channel and you look when he joined in 2013, chat, he's got 120,000 views. Like, craziness, bro. Craziness. But yeah, good for you, Dueno. Good for you, bro. But yeah, honestly, like, Dueno is the type of person, chat, that you want to try and get advice from, because he's solid. He's not going to lead you astray. Some people will tell you bad advice or the wrong advice just to troll or be mean. He's not like that, and he's very experienced in YouTube. So, he's the type of person, or women particularly as well, that I will go to and ask and say, like, how did you do this? What do I do here? Like, I always give the example. There's this one lady who does YouTube. Her name is, I believe, Grandma Lynn. She's a little old grandma from the States, I think. And, I was getting frustrated with YouTube and different things like that, and just, dealing with people. It was difficult. It really was. And she gave me some really sound advice. But, she'd been doing YouTube, she said, for 6 or 7 years, guys. So, she's been through that. She's done it. She's already seen it. This was all new to me. And I was like, oh my God, what am I doing here? I was like, am I ever going to get monetized? Is this ever going to happen? Because that was my goal. I just wanted to see if I could do it, to be honest. And I initially made this channel for my ex-girlfriend's kid, because he's 9. He's going to be 10 this year. But he was too young, and she was like, no, I'm not exposing him to the internet and all the creeps out there. Because there is a lot of creeps. Like, a lot of you young people, you got to be careful who you talk to on here, bro. There's a lot of weird people. A lot of sketchy people, So not everybody's like Dueno. Solid and nice and very kind. Most of the people that I met are really good. There is a small percentage that are trolly or just mean, like just outright mean, bro. Like, they literally are malicious, and they're out here to just try and get under your skin. And then I think the worst thing you can do is let them, because then they kind of attain what they were looking for, That's so true, yeah. That's so true, Dueno. Honestly, these support groups that I found, like you, AMG, there's a ton of them, guys. Mr. Lark, there's a ton of these guys. I'm gonna forget a ton of people, but like, honestly, all these communities, Fizz and his significant other Piper, like, all these people are super supportive. And they're in here all the time now, and it's kind of crazy, because it's like really, really humbling, and we become quite good friends. And it's nice because you meet people of all walks of life, races, ages, genders, it doesn't matter, right? And you can see that despite the fact that obviously there's differences between me and Dueno, he's literally one of my fondest people on YouTube. No question about it. I don't care that he lives in Jamaica and that he's African American. Like, it makes literally zero difference to me. Same with AMG. I believe he's African American. Most of the nicest people I've met here are of a different race, and that really tells you something that, it doesn't matter if you're white, black, purple, whatever you want to call it. Everybody's human, and you want to judge people based off their character, their heart, their ethics and their morals. Are they good people? And then you will find yourself having a lot more friends and being a lot, people will look at you differently, right? People 100% look at you differently. And that's, you guys know, that's why I said, like, I don't care if people, like, if somebody curses, I don't really want it to happen, because, you know, I'm try not to curse myself, because the young people, I don't want them to hear it and think, oh yeah, that's the cool thing to do. But also, like, you guys know, my number one rule was zero racism. There is no place for that on my channel. It's gotta go. What's good, Elliot? Elliot comes on his other account. He must be with his dad. Hello, Elliot and Jan. I appreciate it, Dwayno. I appreciate it. There was times where I didn't think I was gonna do it, because it just kept going backwards, bro. I was like, I'm not getting anywhere here. But you know, it took the wind out of my sails a little bit, chat. I'm not gonna lie, and just life in general. Hi from your dad. Bye. Okay. Hi. Hey, Jan. Thank you so much, Mr. Jan. You're the best. You going to work soon? Ah, fair enough, bro. Fair enough. Nearly as much, guys. I will be going back to work. I've had an extended leave that was a little bit longer than what I had initially anticipated, so I will, like, I'm not going to be streaming a lot, especially during the day and stuff like that. I'm not going to be working as much as I used to be, that's for sure, but I will be going back for, you know, for, I don't know yet. Probably 3 or 4 days a week is what I'm planning on working, and then I'm going to do this YouTube thing on the side and continue with this. You're coming from 35 subs, bro, so it's not easy. Wow. Yeah, no, it's not easy, bro. Like, a lot of people, like, I was the same way, right? Like, I was the same way. You know, it's funny, because I told my family the other day, I was like, oh, you know, like, I'm partnered with YouTube and stuff, and my dad's, like, older, right? So he doesn't really understand. And I was like, well, like, basically, like, I'm getting paid a little bit of money for playing video games, essentially. And, like, he knows I play a lot of video games. He hates video games. He's very old school. Thinks they're a waste of time and stuff. But you know, I know he's super supportive either way, right? Even if he doesn't really believe in stuff, and yeah, that's true. I had no idea how it worked, bro. I thought you just come on there and everybody will just sub to you, and you'll just have like 100,000 subs, no problem, you know? And I was under the impression, Dwayno, that, oh, well, I'm a really good gamer. Like, I always thought in my head, I'm a great gamer. And I know at some games I am really good, for sure. People have told me. People used to tell me all the time, chat, you should stream. Do you stream? Like, I would clutch stuff in Call of Duty, or I would clutch in different games, and they would be like, are you a streamer, dude? And I'd be like, no, I just play a lot. You know, I played video games since I was a kid. You know, I started on NES, guys. Like, I've played forever. I've literally played since the 90s, guys, and before that even. And, you know, it's funny, because I was like, oh, I'm way better than a lot of the streamers that I watch, but in reality, they had grinded, you know, so I compare myself oftentimes to other people, and I'm like, well, I'm so much better of a gamer than them, or I'm, you know, I actually read chat, or I do, you know, like, I'm always comparing myself, and at the end of the day, it's like, you know, I learned a lot doing this, and that's the only way that you really learn, is asking questions, getting honest, candid answers from people like Dwayno, or other people like Grandma Lynn, or whoever, who have experience. They've been doing this for a number of years, and they know the ups, the downs, the highs, the lows, and everything in between. But yeah, that's so true. I learned a lot from other YouTubers as well. Yeah, that's honestly, that's where I've learned most of it, is like trial and error, and then also just asking questions with people who, you know, like I said, they'll give you real, honest answers, even if they're not what you want to hear. Like, some people will say, like they've told me, you don't make a ton of money off YouTube. Like, if you live somewhere in India, let's say, then it can be really good money, or let's say if you live in a impoverished, like, kind of poor place, it could be really good. You know, it could be really good money for you. But like in somewhere like, let's say, Canada or US, it's gonna be like, a lot of people told me it's like pocket change unless you go viral, right? That's kind of how it is. You used to stream different games on your channel? Okay, I gotcha. Well, that's the other thing too, Dwayno. I find, like, if I don't stream Fortnite, I get a certain crowd. If I stream, like, let's say Battlefield, then I'll get a bit of an older crowd. So it's hard to kind of, like, figure out, like, you know, I want to make my viewers happy, but at the same time I want to play games that I enjoy, right? You know, like obviously Dueno, you love Mortal Kombat, so like I don't think you care whether you have 100,000 people in there or what. You're gonna play Mortal Kombat because you love it. And I mean, I do love Fortnite, guys. I love Battlefield. I love COD. Um, but I don't want to play anything too much because I get bored of it. I literally like Fortnite. I didn't want to play it for the whole season for like 2 or 3 months. I literally did not want to play it. And I know that kind of pushed a lot of people away because they were literally Fortnite, you know, that's what they play all the time. I get it. And not everybody was playing it for, let's say, 6 or 8 hours a day like me. I was playing it for so many hours a day. It was crazy. And then I found myself getting frustrated over like little things that really shouldn't have bothered me, like little piddly diddly stuff. And I was like, man, why do I even care about that? Like, it's not even a big deal. Who cares if they ran off or here? Who cares what, if we lose? Like, I'm so competitive. I want to win every single game, right? And then if I don't win, I feel like it's on me, and I'm embarrassed and stuff like that. And it's a ridiculous mentality to have. I should just be going having fun. Cracking some skulls here or there, and half the time I'm down, I'm out, and Ruthless or Elliot or whoever, they win the game. You have to stick to your niche on YouTube. Yeah. Mortal Kombat got you a lot of views. Yeah. Mortal Kombat probably does have a really solid community, and it's like this, Dueno. When I was playing Days Gone, somebody had recommended, oh, you should play Days Gone, and I was like, okay, I'll give it a go. And there was a huge Days Gone community, and they don't watch Fortnite. I know they don't. Like, the most people I've had chat was with Days Gone. That was literally 19 people. So I kept thinking to myself, I should go back to Days Gone. But I had beat it twice. I beat it on Legendary. I did kind of everything. I will play it again because I love it. But again, it's tough because I want the views, I want those people, but that's a great community. That was the part of the Days Gone thing too, is they were literally a really, really supportive community. You had like Nomer, Black Magic, Bo the Show, like those guys are all awesome. And when I would play Days Gone, they would sit in my stream all the time, right? And they'll still come and say hello, but I know Fortnite isn't their thing. Right? But I totally agree with you. You got to stick to your niche. That's true. That's what I find when I don't play Fortnite. I don't do as well per se. Like, especially COD was doing poor. Battlefield 6 was doing very poor. Like, nobody wanted to watch me at first, and I was like, man. But again, some of the, I don't think, for somebody who plays Fortnite, they're not really going to appreciate my snipes in Battlefield, because they're going to think, oh, that's easy to do. And it's not really at all. It's not. That's why I go like, oh my god, I hit that guy 157 meters on the run. Like, that's not a far shot, but on the run, it's really hard to gauge. It depends on how they're running. Are they crouch walking? Are they slow walking? Are they fast running? Like, it's, do they have a knife in their hand? Like, it's a big difference, right? You know what? That's a great point, Dueno, and that's something that I've kind of fell off. I have not been making shorts, and I was making shorts with different people and stuff. Yeah, no, I appreciate it though. Thanks for swinging in, bro. Thank you so much. But yeah, no, I totally agree. Like, you do get a lot of viewers and a lot of new subs. Yeah, I know I should, bro. And you know what? I have a lot of content now that I could go to, especially with Battlefield. I have some really funny stuff. I know some people, I'm going to have to get people to maybe clip some stuff and then go onto a Discord, and they can just post it on the Discord, and that way I have it clipped. That'll help, I think, a little bit too. I'm going to learn a little bit more, bro. I gotta start talking with some people. Fizz is going to give me some, sound advice about Streamlabs and stuff like that. But yeah, thank you so much, Dueno. Have a good day at work. Always a pleasure, genuinely, bro. Always a pleasure having you in here. And 7 likes already, guys. Thank you so much. Such a pleasure, bro. But like I said, chat, all colors, creeds are welcome here. I'm just a humble Canadian. My parents came from Croatia. to this country. When my dad was 17 years old, he couldn't speak a word of English, believe it or not, chat. Not a word. And he speaks really good English now. Like, a lot of people don't even know that he wasn't born here. They think he was born in Canada. So he worked really hard. My dad learned to speak English, believe it or not, guys, from a girl who was going into grade 1 or grade 2. She was teaching him the ABCs. So he had very humble beginnings when he came here. And he's, worked really hard. Did a good job, Life was really difficult for him, and he's just a steadfast individual, He's one of those guys you send into war, and you don't got to worry about whether he's going to fight. He's going to fight. But yeah, thank you guys so much for joining. I appreciate it. And make sure you guys check if you haven't subbed to each other. Make sure you all sub around, show some love. Boom, 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 boom. Well, looks like I'm here by my lonesome. I'm gonna mute for a second. If anybody's lurking, say hello, or if you're just chilling, chill, whatever. Oh, what's up, bro? What's up? Salute to you too. Yeah, already at it. Yeah, you know what? Honestly, I get up early, so I start a little bit early. I do start pretty early, bro. How you doing? How you doing? Um, Featured. I don't even know what this is. I was gonna try this campaign. We'll go with veteran. We will go with veteran. But how you doing, bro? And usually, Mr. T, I stream multiple times throughout the day. Um, I'll be on. I will watch this. Need to learn from me, stacking up those subs fast. Yeah. So you know what? Honestly, the best advice I can give you, we were talking about it earlier, is being consistent. Honestly, finding a good group of people is really, really helpful.
Good evening and welcome.
If you support people in the YouTube community, I would say 7 out of 10 of them will support you back. Interact with the audience is huge. Multiple streams, yeah, consistency. Like even if you scroll up, Mr. T, you'll see Dueno, who's giving excellent advice. He's got 2.2k subs from Jamaica. I met this guy, and he literally shares my stream every day, bro. Every day he comes in here and gives me a like. He works in a supermarket, he was just saying. And he does YouTube on the side, kind of, but he always makes an effort. Like, I'm not sure if he comes in on his breaks or before work. He said he had to go to work, so it's probably before work that he'll just come in and shoot me a like, shoot me, you know, whatever, right? And he's got a ton of people, like, there's a ton of people like him in that same community. So like honestly, if you can find people like that who are just super like loyal, consistent, same thing with, you know, Elliot and Jan. That's also Elliot and I play games, right? And I play every day. Summerfall in here all the time. Maddie in here all the time. All these people, Rhonda in here all the time. And in some cases, yeah, I do play like Fortnite and stuff with them, so that's a big reason. But it's also because if I didn't answer questions, if I didn't interact with them, then they wouldn't, like, a lot of these kids or adults would be like, hey, you're ignoring me, see you later, right? So yeah, the share, the comments, like that's the thing. You just pop in, you say, hey, I'm like number 11, right? Or whatever you are. And then they'll look and they'll go, oh, okay, yeah, he's obviously legit. Like, he's not just saying, hey, you know, because, like, some people are a bot, bro. Like, they literally go, oh, like, and then you'll say, hey, how's it going? And they're already gone. And you're like, wait a minute, I didn't even get a like from you. Like, I just looked and it was 7 and it's still 7. You know what I mean? So there's stuff like that. People try and, you know, get you that way. But like, the best, honestly, advice I can give you is like the networking. So what I do that's really, really huge is when I'm having my coffee in the morning, I just sit, chill, and I do, like, you know, what we were talking about, you know, obviously just kind of, you know, chill and blaze and whatnot, right? And what I'll do is I'll go to people's streams. They might be from the Philippines, they might be from all over. It doesn't really matter. I don't, you know, a lot of these support streams are from, you know, different countries and stuff like that. There is the odd American or let's say whatever. And then you can meet some people, right? They may make you a moderator. Like, a lot of the support streams do what I'm doing. So like, let's say if you go on to Dueno's page and you just like go to his short and say, hey, sub from CD, right? He will 100% sub back, right? And he'll come check you out. If you're ever live, he will support you. He'll like your stuff. He'll go to your, you know, if he sees a video or something, he'll always comment and like on it and stuff. Same thing with Elliot, right? Elliot has 2 channels. So with Elliot, you get 2 subs. A lot of these people have 2 channels. So in Elliot's case, it's one's Norwegian, one's English. But you know, like you get 2 subs instantly, right? And that's like a lot of these people. Maddie has 3 channels actually. So with Maddie, you get 3 subs. You get her boyfriend as well, and then you get she's actually got 2 boyfriends. So 2 extra people will sub, and then she's got her own little community of friends. Audrey Bergman is from her community. Like I don't really know her. She doesn't really play games with me, nothing like that. But it's just more or less like, yeah. And obviously people kind of looking down on others, and this man's not. He's like trying to really address the problems. See you, Elliot. Bye, bro. Have a good day. Enjoy your dad day, okay? I will enjoy my dad day, bro. Yeah, you're awesome, bro. Give Papa a big hug, okay, bro? I hope Norway's blessed. Have a good sleep. Have a good day, and I'll see you later. I know I will. But yeah, like, hey, what's up? What's up? See, so yeah, saying there, like, there you go. She's on her boyfriend's channel now, so she can sub over to you. You probably got 2 extra subs, if she's not already subbed to you, maybe. Oh, thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. No, it's cool. It's cool to see you. And I was gonna ask you, like, what happened with the cane, bro? I've seen when I seen you a couple times, right? You had a cane, and I was like, did this guy get hit by a car or something? Like, did you wipe off that bike? Like, what happened, bro? Thank you very much, Maddie. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. And leave a comment if you don't mind, Maddie. Throw a comment on there and say what's up. It's pure self-defense. Okay, that's fair, bro. That's fair. That's hilarious. You probably got like a little blade that you press a button and it comes out. Oh, God bless you, Elliot. God bless you, your family, all that jazz, bro. I hope you have a great day with Papa. Enjoy. Go in his sports car and run, 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 run. Whip it around, bro. But yeah, you know, I was saying earlier, Mr. T, you know, like it's just having a very inclusive place, you know, too. Some of the nicest people are a bunch of the African American or let's say Filipinos I've met. They've really, really helped me a lot, and they can help you as well. You looked up self-defense laws. It's legit. Hey, bro, the one day I was at the Timmy's in the city where you live, and this guy had a metal object sticking out of his backpack. And I said, "Excuse me, sir." I said, "What is this metal object hanging out of your backpack?" And I could see it was a handle. Okay, chat? And it was a big handle. So you don't have like a little knife with a big handle, right? You have a big, huge samurai sword or machete with this type of handle. And I said, "Well, what is this handle sticking out of your backpack?" And he was like, "Oh, it's a sword, or you know, like it's a little sword." And I was like, "Don't the cops give you a hard time for having a little sword hanging out of your backpack?" Yeah, maybe Fortnite later, maybe Fortnite later. But yeah, you know, I was like, "Don't they give you heck for having a little, you know, like a machete type thing hanging out of your backpack?" He goes, "No, it's visible, so you can have it." And I was like, "Well, I'll be damned." Funny new dad day. Like anyway, sub. Okay, he just posted a video. I'm gonna go check it out. I'm gonna go check it out. But yeah, that's fair, dude. That's fair. You know, I see people walking around with like broom handles and pipes now. So like, you know, it seems like everybody's got something, you know? Meanwhile, I walk around all the time and I got nothing. Just my dumb head to get bumped on. Elliot, you got 807 views on that video? What the heck? Did I even like this? I already did. 800 views. Who play Fortnite? But yeah, honestly, Saint, that's literally how I'm building this channel. Is just a lot of networking. You know, if you carry any sort of weapon, Canadian laws do not permit self-defense weapons, even if it's visible. You can never use a knife or anything. Kane is like, I needed it and it just happened to have it. Yeah, yeah, I feel you. Hey, that's pretty smart, you know? Well, in our city, honestly, it's not a bad idea, especially if you're walking around with a camera videotaping people. Not everybody is going to, you know, appreciate that. You know, especially like when you're going back in the alley there of the back alley, where that baseball picture, you know, that's a beautiful picture, by the way. That is a precarious area to be in with a camera, bro. Like that is a semi-dangerous place for sure. I'm not saying it's like Detroit or Chicago South Side dangerous, not even close, right? Not even close, but it's, you know, you might have some issues with some people, and the problem is, chat, is like they all have weapons. Like they all have knives, they all have like a glass pipe could become their weapon, you know? And there's 20 of them, there's 10 of them, there's 5 of them. Like it'd be like, you know, a pack of wolves coming at you. And they're psycho. They feel no pain, by the way, too. So I feel you, I feel you. Who posted the video? Elliot did. Elliot posted a short. Axe body spray, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Well, you know, I mean, like even in that one video you saw with Sync, right? We both know him. So it helps if you know people. That's always the case, right? Yeah, I could see Axe body spray though. It'd be almost like, you know, mace in your eyes. Like that wouldn't feel good. That wouldn't feel good. I remember one time on you know, the main street there, years ago, this girl got bear sprayed, and it wasn't even at her, chat. It was at somebody else, and she was just within the vicinity. So like, that stuff is like a cloud. Even bloodshot like my Timmy's cup in front of me, bro. Like they were bawling. She couldn't see anything, and that was like 5 minutes after. We were trying to pour water and stuff in her eyes, and she was just walking down the street like, ah, like whining. It was crazy. But yeah, I can see it. You know, there's Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Mace is illegal 100%, I'm sure. Yeah, you could. That's a totally normal thing that you could just carry around. Just you spray somebody in the eyes with that. Yeah, like I mean, that's gonna hurt, bro. That's not gonna feel good. It'll give you enough time to get away. That's for sure. But I mean, I don't know. I just, you know me. I just walk around. I walk a lot, bro. Like that's why I seen you twice. Cause
We
when I
gotta
when
move.
I go and visit my family, I walk around there a lot. I talk to a lot of people. I try and meet them, see what they're all about. I met a few nice people. Like, I bought one guy McDonald's one morning because he was asking me for money, and I said, "Hey, like, what do you want it for?" And he's like, food." And I was like, "Yeah, okay, well, I'll buy you something. How about that?" Because I don't want to give you money to go destroy yourself. And a lot of them I think just want a beer or something like that. So but I said, "Hey, I'll go buy you McDonald's." And like, bro, he wanted a hamburger, but it was too early. I didn't realize they don't even sell hamburgers. They do at Wendy's, but I don't really go to McDonald's, so they don't sell hamburgers at like early hours in the morning.
We gotta move.
Yeah, no, I will next time. I will next time. 100%. It just happened. Like I saw you on the main street and you were talking to a woman, right? That's when I saw you with the cane. And you were just talking with a woman, so I didn't want to, I think you guys were like having a smoke together or something. So I didn't want to, interrupt or anything like that. And then the other time I saw you, you were on the phone and you were by like by that path by Elma. And I was gonna be like, "Hey, what's up?" And you wouldn't really recognize me, especially with a beard, for sure not. I don't look like how I did when I was young. Maybe when I shave, I look a little bit like that, but most people don't recognize me either way. But you were also on the phone, and I think you were talking about one of your shorts, which was that like hut that they made, which is pretty crazy. Hey, Pedrito, how you doing, bro? You know what? I'm having a chill chat stream because I'm downloading Fortnite. I've got a little bit of time on Fortnite to download it, so I won't be able to really play online. Yo, chat, go check out Pedrito. He is from Nicaragua. He's a fisherman like me. I met him in Battlefield 6. He is arguably easily top three gunners that I've gunned with. And actually, I would say he's the best because I've never seen anyone get 55,000 damage, bro. I really haven't. Yeah, the encampments behind the gully in Alma. Yeah, exactly. 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 But yeah, I'm just kind of chilling, Pedrito. But yeah, Pedrito, everybody go sub to him, and if you don't mind subbing to everybody here, Pedrito, I would really appreciate it. You're a cool dude, man. You're a really nice guy. You're like I think the first person I've met from Nicaragua. But yeah, Pedro is a really, really nice guy, and we were just cutting it up about fishing. He's a big time fisherman, and I love fishing. I've done it on and off my whole life. More on than off. But I always take breaks from things. I'm one of these people, I'll do stuff way too much, and then I'll like get bored of it, and then I won't do it again for a while. And then I'll go back into it.
We
It's
gotta
like
move.
video games. I took 3 years off video games, chat. I mean, it was partially because I played too much and partially because, it sort of ruined a relationship I was in. Unfortunate, but it happened. But that's part of the reason why I took it off. But it was also just good to take a break because I play way too much. I'm such a vidiot. I'm a vidiot, chat. I'm such a nerd. And then, at different times I'll like fish and I would fish every single day. Like I remember one time, chat. I mean, like the most I would have to buy is gas, a coffee, and worms. Like
Let's
literally, I
move.
had everything else. Fishing gear is so expensive, bro.
We gotta move.
Hey, I'm back. I'm sorry. That was my
Let's
ex-girlfriend
move.
called me and she's sick, and I tell her, hey, you should have some maybe rest and liquids and vitamin C, and she's like, I know, everybody keeps telling me that. And like gets mad. I'm like, whoa. Don't shoot the messenger type thing. Like, I'm trying to help. No, chat, no good deed goes unpunished. Cheated. Noah's getting to the max subs. Whoa. Let's see. Hold on a second here. I gotta see this. 654. Let's go. Oh, 650, bro. I catch him. There's a goal for me. Good for him. My shorts look like old VHS loading, which keeps me unique for now. But the next step is a high-end camera. Yeah, the high-end camera would definitely help, bro. You know what you might want to look into as
We
well,
gotta
Mr.
move.
T? I'm not sure if you're still here, but is the glasses. Those are really nice, like, because then you don't have to like hold it, and you could put like a little piece of tape over the lens thing, like where it blinks or whatever. And then I see a lot of people doing that, and then you could kind of go into areas where you're not going to be, let's say, you know what I mean? Like, you're not looking like paparazzi and people are like, yo, bro, like, we're trying to do this on the DL and you're kind of messing with our thing. So, but yeah. I'm doing very well, thank you, Mr. Fizz. Thank you. Just having a chill chat stream, chilling. But yeah, everybody sub to Pedrito. He's kind of new to the stream. I played with him on Bf6, and everybody sub to each other. Sub to Fizz. Fizz is awesome. Fizz is from the UK. He streams a lot. He does 2 12-hour streams a week. I don't know how. That's an insane amount of time to stream. And then he streams periodically for a couple hours here or there. It changes the games up. He's really cool, really entertaining. And if you're having a bad day and you need a laugh, go and just laugh at him and Piper. They will start cutting each other up. Piper will make all these stupid names on boxes and stuff, just to make him mad. It's pretty funny. And then he's like trying to build and trying to do all this stuff, and then uh, they're just based. You remind me of an old married couple. That's kind of what you guys remind me of. I hope that doesn't come across like the wrong way, but like the way you guys bicker, it's funny. Feel like an undercover cop? Yeah, I mean, but honestly, yeah, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. The train crew. I saw one of the train graffiti vids. I will check them out for sure, bro. 100%. 100%. Oh, he didn't even realize that. That's a compliment. I hope so, bro. Like, because you guys have like a very, I don't know how to explain that, but it's very like dry, cynical, like as what you guys, because that's why I said, how long have you guys been together? And you said 4 months. I was genuinely surprised because I thought you guys have like a more of a
We gotta
connection.
move.
You guys have like almost like a connection like me and my ex who were together for like 4 years, let's say, right? So that's kind of what I mean too. Like me and her banter back and forth too. Like I said, I told her to have some vitamin C, and then she gets all mad at me over, I don't even know. Like, who knows, right? Who knows? And I was like, hey, hey, hey. And she's like, everybody's been saying that to me. Blah, blah, blah. People have been saying stuff that they shouldn't. And I was like, was it me? No. Okay. I'll see you later. Let's play some video games and chill out. But she's at work. I get it. It's tough when you're not feeling well. You're at work, and then people are saying, "Oh, do this. Oh, do that," and you're like, "Oh, shut up. I just want to choke you all." Wow, stronger connection than
Let's
you had
move.
with your wife of 10 plus years. Holy, that's interesting. Honestly, Mr. T, Fizz is awesome. Fizz, I just recently met him through like kind of these streams that are all connected, right? Like, you go into them and like if you go into Fizz's stream, it's the same thing. Fizz will plug you, bro. Fizz will literally plug you. So put his notification on, hit that bell, blah 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 blah, and then just make an effort to go in there, spend a few minutes in there, and he'll literally plug you and you'll get a bunch of subs. You can go and do the same thing, right? You literally, that's the whole thing, bro. It's just like one hand washes the other, and everybody has essentially the same type of, it's all like-minded individuals. In some cases they're young, in some cases people are trolls. You're gonna find that, but for the most part you're gonna
We
find
gotta
like
move.
really mature, upstanding, like buddies, like cool people who are just like shooting the breeze, having fun, making channels, but obviously trying to make days. So I was like, I'm never gonna be your friend for 2 days if you continue to gift me, because, bro, he given the situation, the circumstances, especially, right? Like, I don't want to take advantage of anybody, but especially somebody who's young, they're vulnerable, and they also are afflicted with, you know, the I don't know if a syndrome is the right word, but you know, the situation that he's in, right? So he really thinks like he's got to like buy people stuff to be their friends, and you know what I mean? And yeah, yeah, Brian G and Brian K, bro. Yeah, I figured you had lost quite a few friends, bro.
We
I
gotta
figured
move.
because like our circles, like I said, our circles are connected, although we've never been like give me 1 second, guys. I'm just gonna plug in my mic. Like you and I both know, we've never like we were different a little bit, but we used to see each other here and there, and we had a ton of mutual friends over the years, right? So I knew, just given the circumstances, that you would have been. Yeah, yeah, you know Brian K as well, bro. Yeah, that's, if you look at my short, bro, I made it. If that's what you're talking about, that's who I made that about. It was Brian G and Brian K. So, you know, I've like, it's been 4 years, and I'm still having a hard time dealing with both of them. I also lost another one of my friends, Mike, the pole. And you know, I haven't really made anything about him. I don't know, just is what it is. But you know, I like, there's so many kids in this channel. I really want to bring some light, shed some light, and just bring some truth, some real. Like, this is the reality of what might happen to you if you go down this path, you know. Um, and yeah, I don't know. Just trying to make a negative into a positive, you know. That's all I'm really trying to do. Um, and like I said, I made that a while back. That was when I kind of took a break from YouTube at that time, and I made that, and I was like debating on whether to put it, and then I didn't, and it was still like saved as a draft, and then I went into my computer to unblock a couple people. Maddie asked me to, and then that's when I saw it, and I was like, oh shoot, like, am I gonna delete this? Am I gonna post it? So I watched it a couple times, and I was like, you know what? Like, I made this for a reason, I think, at the time, you know, because I was feeling the type of way about it, and I just had to kind of get over my own, you know, masculinity, you know, bravado, whatever you want to call it, right? So, yeah. But yeah, it's funny, Pedrito. You know, I know he's very wealthy. I know he's very wealthy. But I know he's not like, it's not like he gives that kid one time, guys. Elliot had 12,000 V-bucks or 13,000 V-bucks. Like, he had an insane amount. But it's just, you know, what it boils down to is, I always try and think, is it the right thing to do or the wrong thing? You know what I mean? And I won't bend or fold for money, guys. I won't. It's just something I won't do. I don't care about money like that. I'll be broke. I don't care. I don't, like, I really don't care. I won't sell my soul. I will not sell my pride or my morals or ethics for you know, like, especially V-bucks. Like, I couldn't care less about V-bucks. But, you know, yeah, no, bless you, man. And like, honestly, I really do. I sincerely like what you do in the community. I've seen you picking up the garbage, and then I walk by it, same corner, guys, and it's dumped again. Like, it's worse than before this guy picked up,
Let's move.
you know, with gloves. And not, this isn't normal garbage, guys. This is like needles and drug paraphernalia and like the dirtiest of the dirty stuff that this man's picking up, and he's not getting paid by it, bro. Like, he's not, like, this isn't a job for him. He's literally trying to help the community. And you know, if you knew him personally, to know where he's come from before, like how we were when we were kids, to see him do this, like, bro, I'm actually sincerely proud of you, bro. Like, sincerely, you've come a long way. Like, you've matured a lot, a lot. And I mean, I've tried to too, and I hope I have. I think I have, but you know, you have matured a lot. You look the same. That's how I recognized you, bro. You got a little less hair. That's what I noticed. So do I. I got more hair on my face than I do on my head
We
anymore,
gotta
guys.
move.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep it real, Pedrito. I'm trying to keep it real, bro. That's what I'm trying to do. And like I said, I didn't realize my influence over people, like over especially young people, impressionable young people who like will talk like you, act like you, just mimic you. They literally will be a little version of you. I didn't realize how much impact I had. Um, and then once I did, and over time, I went, oh my God, like I gotta watch what I say. I gotta watch what I do. I gotta actually like, and it doesn't hurt like to, show emotion. Men don't do that. I always bottle things up, and I think that's a bad thing to do because eventually that bottle explodes, gentlemen. That bottle will explode. I don't care how hard you are, how tough you are, how solid your mind is. People go crazy. You will go crazy. You'll wind up in a, proverbial rubber room. So. That's fair. I think you have. I think you've matured, bro. From what we were as kids. But yeah, no, it's good that like I think people should be proud. People should be proud of your country, you know, and you should have a respect for it, You should have respect for it. That's why I've always tried to like when I'm fishing or anything like that, I would always pick up garbage. Like I'd be out on a river like an hour away from where I parked and I'd find like beer bottles and all this crap. Like it was like how you guys do this? And I'd see it when I was in the bush too. I'd see like beer cans and meanwhile those are probably from my friend Mike, but I'm picking up behind my friend, but yeah. Hey, that's crazy what happened at AV the one day. I heard some kid said that he brought a BB gun, I believe, to school, trying to front like it was a gun. Did you hear about that a couple months back? I thought that was crazy. But yeah, thank you guys so much for joining. I appreciate it. Look at that profile pic, Pedrito. That's dope, man. That's dope. Look at you guys in your little canoes, fishing away. I like those glasses too, by the way, bro. Those are tight. My favorite pair of glasses I ever had, chat, was from a Coors Light case of beer. And quite a few ex-girlfriends ago, I put her daughter on my head, and I accidentally crunched the glasses. They were sitting on top of my head, and then I tried to throw her on my shoulders, and it didn't work out very well. And I crunched the glasses on the way and broke them. I was so sad. There you go. Yeah, I did the same thing basically. I have a beer or two there. Yeah, no, I understand where you're coming from there. I love Tupac. I loved Eminem as well, but yeah, Eminem sort of I think he was definitely advocating for the use of it, you know. The pills, purple pills and everything like that. Yeah. No, I agree with what you're saying though. But honestly, there you go. And that like there's some real right there, guys. So, I've quit drinking as well. I'll tell you guys a funny story about drinking. I knew I had a problem. Um, Prior, I would always drink like with friends and stuff on the weekends. I would drink too much. $3 sunglasses, but they do the job. That's dope. I would drink with friends, go to the bar, and I would drink too much alcohol. Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. And then I would feel it the next day, and I'd hate my life. Friday I go out, Saturdays half the days done, and then I gotta try and get a bagel in me just so I could drink my coffee. Like my stomach was so messed up from alcohol, I couldn't even hardly drink a coffee. It would make me sick. And then I didn't really drink during the week, okay? And then later on in life, I met a woman and she was a big drinker, to be honest. She drank a lot. So I just naturally kind of started drinking, and I started with whiskey. Not started, but I was into whiskey, Started with beer. I was doing a lot of beer, and then I was like, this kind of bloats you. It kind of makes you feel whatever. So I started drinking whiskey, and I loved it. Like, I'll be honest, I would take shots. I would just do shots, would chase it with Coke. And I knew I had a problem when it was a Wednesday or a Tuesday, and I looked at the 26er. It was a small bottle, right? But it was a little bit under half, or it was around half, and I went, oh, I don't have enough for tonight. That's when I knew I had a problem, chat. That's when I went, what do you mean? It's a Tuesday or a Wednesday, dude? And I'm talking to myself, like having a conversation with myself, going, well, you're gonna need more than that, bro. That's not gonna be enough for tonight. And the thing is, I was a functioning, like I wouldn't drink during the day, right? But I was essentially becoming an alcoholic. Like all I needed to do was start drinking during the day. And you can't hold a job, obviously. Hardly anybody can. And the reality is I should have known better because I worked with people quite a few ex-girlfriends ago. I always say that, bro. Yeah. There's a laundry list, Mr. T. Oh my God. A laundry list. Don't feel bad at all. Don't feel bad at all, bro. Listen, look, if you have a couple beers, then you're fine. I'm telling you a half of 26er on a Tuesday, and I had work in the morning. It's not like I had the day off, and it's like, oh, who cares? You got the day off tomorrow. Like I had work, and that was every day. It's not like that was like, oh, once in a while. You know what I mean, bro? That wasn't once in a while. That was like, and I knew it was a problem because like on the weekend, okay, fine, you want to let loose a little bit, but like on a Tuesday or a Wednesday, bro, and every day was like that. I was like, oh, I better get another bottle for the next day, or it's just ridiculous. But yeah, a couple beers definitely is a bit different than I'll still have a beer or two, bro. I still have a shot. I didn't completely quit drinking, but I don't drink in excess anymore. Like I'm not gonna get like once I have a few drinks, I'm buzzed. I'm good. That's enough for me. I'm done. And I'll never go back to that where every day I need to have that. You know what I mean? Bloody in a cell. Yeah, yeah. That's fair. Since then, zero. Yeah, honestly, that's on. And that's the thing is like, denial is the first step a lot of times, and the last step is acceptance, right? There's a 5-step program. A lot of people talk about alcohol, the 12-step program, but when I was doing therapy for not alcohol or drugs or anything like that, it was like trauma and things like that nature, whether it was like childhood or from cancer, both of them, right? I did therapy few different times. I've done hundreds of hours of therapy, I'll be quite honest with you guys. But like there was the 5-step program that one of them taught me, and the first was denial. You get past the denial. The last is acceptance. For different people, those are the hardest ones. A lot of people. I think denial was the harder one for me, and then I did find acceptance. But then, steps 2, 3, and 4 are a plethora of different things for everybody. Everybody is different, I think. So for me, it was like self-loathing, self-mutilation, different stuff like that. Like I was like literally trying to hurt myself, not like cutting myself or anything of that nature, but through alcohol, obviously making myself not feel well, and like the food that I was eating was junk food a lot of times, and that'll kill you, right? So, and then I got cancer, and I was like, well, oh, are you really that surprised? Like I was a smoker, I was a drinker, you know what I mean? Like I did everything to put myself in the position where I would have to fight for my life, and then I was like, well, yeah, and I'm still not perfect. I'm not, I'm not perfect at all, but it does help talking about it. But yeah, Patrioto, 2 beers, and what me and Saint are talking about here, 2 different breeds, my friend, completely different breeds. But I appreciate you saying that. That's funny. That's funny. But yeah, you know what? Honestly, Mr. T, like, I think the mentality that we grew up with, a lot of our friends had a very, like, how many of your friends were in jail as well, right? Like I remember the guy Brian K, who you put a heart. I remember visiting him at EDMC with the orange jumpsuit on. Through the glass, I had to talk to him with the phone. So I mean that was just a lot of the people that we hung out with were into that world. It's an underworld, and it'll grab you and swallow you and take you down with it, man. You know that. You know it better than me. So. But I know what you mean by alcohol. For a lot of people say hard alcohol especially, but it's just I find, I don't know, you lose your cool a little bit when you're drunk, it's easy to fight. It's easy to get into a physical confrontation with somebody with booze in your system. It just is. And I don't know. Hey Jonas, welcome in. ¿Cómo está, mi amigo? Thank you so much for joining. I appreciate it. I appreciate it, bro. Enjoy school years. Yeah, they go by. And yeah, no, you're right. You're right, bro. Adulting is lame compared to the teen years. That's the funniest thing because that's what I found.
We gotta move.
You got bills, you got this, you got that, you got mean stresses. I always tell these kids, if I could go back, bro, I wish. It's like Plato says. I'll impart some wisdom on you guys, okay? The famous, philosopher Plato says this. He said, when we're young, you want to grow old, right? And then when you're old, you want to go back to being young. He says that we trade our health and our time for money, and then later when we're old, we trade our money for time and health to try and regain it. So it's interesting how, it goes in reverse and things change and it flips, right? The switch or the narrative, the perspective, everything switches, bro. Like literally, you look at things totally different when you're older. And then they ask the sage, Plato, what should one do? And then I can't remember exactly what he says, but he's like, essentially appreciate your time, like right in the moment. Don't live for today, don't live for tomorrow, but live for today. Really, is what you need to do. The time goes by quick, bro. The time goes by really, really fast. Like, I never thought I remember my dad always saying that. Like, I never thought when I was, 30 or 20, I was going to be 50 now. Yeah. Oh my God, bro. Easy, Mr. Struggling. But yeah, I know I get the rich part for sure, bro. You're pretty funny, man. On the bright side, I think a lot of the young people won't even understand that. I doubt they'll Google that word. You're good, you're good. Don't sweat it, don't sweat it. Honestly, most of the people who if you were in that situation, I think, how many things would you do differently, right? And that's why I think it's important if you're in a position where, Googling, hilarious, yeah. If you're in a position where you do have some, like, I don't know how to even word it, but like, influence, right? Yeah, I'm not trying to say I'm an influencer, but you do have an influence over people, and I think that's why it's important for older people to try and impart some of your wisdom or knowledge on people, like some of the, like nobody ever wants to say, oh, I was an idiot and I got ripped off. most of the people in his thing speak Spanish, but they're a really good community, and like he's super. He streams every day. He streams every day, and he knows the deal. He'll sub to you. Like I don't even need to say to Jonas. He comes in every day, says what's up, and he likes, and yeah, I try and go in his stream a lot too, and he's always very, hey C Death. But yeah, I speak what little Spanish I know, to him. But yeah, he's got a big channel, bro. He's got 10,000 subs, and like active, like when you go into his stream, bro, it'll be like 75 likes. It's like, what? I'm like 76. I'm over here with 10 likes, happy with that. People see your pain and take action in their own ways, and that's a scary thought. Yeah. Porque de la mora. But honestly, that's interesting. That's interesting. There is a huge influence over people, and like people are watching, right? Some people are prone to, let's say, being a follower, let's say, or just kind of like, like following the leader, right? And if they see you as the leader, I mean, they're like, Elliot all the time, I would do anything for you, bro. Like, a lot of people, they come in here, honestly, Mr. T, and they would be like, bro, my friends don't believe me that I play with a streamer, but I'm really playing with a streamer. And like, to me, I'm like, I'm just playing a video game, you know what I mean? With like, just people, it's not like, and nothing is a big deal to me here. But to other people, they look at it like, oh my god, this is like huge. And it's like, once they said that to me a few times, because at first I kind of laughed and I was like, whatever, dude, what are you talking about? But after you heard it a few times, you're like, oh my god, this is actually how people like feel and look at the situation. Like, so I kind of feel bad because I have overreacted. I, get upset when I lose. I'm a bit of a rager and this and that, and then I got to remind myself, like, dude, stop. Like, you know what I mean? You're gonna lose. But I'm super competitive. I've always been like that with sports and stuff, and I just kind of carry on sports to video games, which is, it shouldn't be. And even in sports, man, you just gotta have fun. You go out, you swing the bat, try and hit the ball, do what you can. But it's been cool, honestly. It's been cool. Like my stream has been growing again. I took a break, and then I was like, is this ever gonna come back, like to what it was? And I was like, I don't know. Like I really didn't know, bro. But yeah, slowly it's come back, and it's not quite where it was before. But also I have to take into consideration that it's not summer, right? So a lot of people were in here in the summer. They had a lot of time off, and yeah.
Let's move.
Oh, wow. That's craziness, bud. That's craziness. Don't worry about it. No, honestly, bro. You know what? Habit is hard. Like they say, if you do something 18 times, bro, it becomes a habit. And trust me, I myself cursed several times. I still do. I still say stuff. Don't worry about it. It happens. I totally understand, especially like there's certain, demographic of individuals, like you're just used to saying it. Like I had my one friend in here, guys, and he must have said the F word every single other time. Like, and I was like, bro, I'm like, I'm trying to be family friendly. I was like, and I couldn't stream with him again. Like I can't. I still play with him. He's my friend. Like, but he could not, he's one of these guys who's like F in this and F and, it's like every single sentence starts with F, like or ends with F, and I get it. It's just kind of, that's how we grew up. That's, that's a lot of the whole point is that, you assimilate to people around you, birds of a feather, they say, right? And you're going to act the same way as other people. So it is, it is what it is. And sometimes I want to have an 18 plus stream, not kid friendly. And it's like, I know that they will still come in because of Fortnite or whatever. And they'll be like, hey, can I play Fortnite? It's like, sure. But yeah, don't worry about it, man. Don't sweat it. Yeah, well, and you know that's fine. You know that's there's nothing wrong with that. Like when I go to Fizz's stream, he's cursing and then he goes, "Oh shoot, I gotta kind of wind it down a little bit," because some of my viewers who are younger come. And I think if I did different games, guys,
We
I
gotta
wouldn't
move.
I wouldn't have the age demographic that I did. Like if I had never streamed Fortnite and that's what I predominantly streamed, that's where I got a lot of my subs. I said I was gonna do giveaways, which I did do some giveaways, and then I garnished a lot of momentum and stuff from that. So yeah, I understand where you're coming from though, because like other people will look at you differently if you curse, right? It's the same thing. Like a certain demographic of people are gonna respect if you talk to them like real and you talk to them how they, like let's say just, you know, not prim and proper. You know what I mean? Whereas the prim and proper people are gonna be like, oh my god, what a heathen. I always tell people
Gotta move.
one of my ex-girlfriends a long time ago, another ex-girlfriend, her grandmother was got to be a hybrid. There you go. That's true. That's true. Hey, like out with the boys, you're like shooting the breeze. Then you're at church, you're like hello. But one of my ex-girlfriend's grandmothers was from London, England. Like still had the accent. And I'm a history guy, and I love learning from people. And she can kind of teach me about England that other people like I could watch a movie or a documentary, and it's not going to teach me about what she learned when she was growing up or how she is, right? This is 100% the truth, Pedro. 100%. I totally agree with that. But like she would say to me, I said, Nan, how do I understand you so well, right? She was from London again, and they have sort of like a easy, like not a very thick accent, in my opinion. I was like, how do I understand you so well? But like some people from like, let's say Scotland or wherever, you know, I have a really hard time understanding them. I said, I'm not trying to be rude or anything, right? I'm curious, why is that from your perspective, right? And you know, she tells me, she goes, oh, Mike, those are the barbarians from the north. And I'm like, the barbarians from the north? I'm like, man, and this is a grandmother telling me this, chat. This is like a 75, 80-year-old woman telling me this. Like, you know, prim and proper, we're having tea, and you know, she's the nicest woman ever. I'm like, what are you talking about, barbarians? And then she goes, they're the Vikings from, you know, from history, Mark. You have to look it up. You love history, look it up. So I thought at first, what a, you know, kind of racial thing to say by an old little grandma, right? I thought, what the hell is she talking about, right? I go home, like not right away, and I look it up, and sure enough, she was right. Like the Vikings came in the north, and they probably have a different accent as a result, right? They had Dane law, like they had laws that were from Danish, you know, Denmark. So, you know, obviously the speech pattern will be different. So it was like a whole learning experience for me. I was like, oh, okay, so people from the south kind of have a different accent. Move. People from the east in Wales have a little bit of a different accent. Hey, AD, welcome back, bro. How you doing? But yeah, you know, people, it's like almost like, you know, if you went to New York, you got the New York accent. I can't even do it. Or you go to Boston, you know, Boston. And then let's say you go down to Texas. Some people from Texas have these like thick. I have friends I've met through gaming who are both, you know. One will be a cowboy. The next one is like, kind of sounds, I don't know, Midwest, let's say. My cousins are from Cleveland, Ohio, and they would always say bad and mad. My aunt would always say that. She accentuates the A's. But yeah, AD, welcome in, welcome in. Everybody sub to AD's channel. And AD, if you could kindly sub to Saint, that would be awesome. Awesome, awesome. And I know you always do, bro. I know you always do. Let's see how your channel's doing. 8 subs, not bad. Well, what do you got? Competition for a prize, no stealing, friend me, except join my server. Oh, 100% people said they're not gonna steal from you. Oh, O'Doyle. That's a pretty cool profile picture. Is that, what is that, AD? Is that a, it looks almost like a cockroach. I don't know if that's what that is. That's what that honestly kind of looks like. Or is that a mosquito with the nose? Because it's got wings, bro. What's your profile pic? Oh, hey, Piper. Barbarian from the north. Oh, yeah, and you gotta understand, it's a bed bug. Oh my god, bro. Okay, they have wings? Is that a thing? Chat, do they have wings? Someone tell me. I don't know. That's so weird. But Piper, that's so funny. Honestly, it makes me laugh so much because she was such a prim and proper lass. She was such a sweet woman, and she literally taught me history that day. You know, and she wasn't trying to be rude by it. Like, I took it like barbarian from the north. What do you mean? You know what I mean? Like, barbarian. But that's literally how the Southerners look at Vikings. You know, they came and conquered, you know, and then obviously they came and conquered with William the Conqueror as well from France. That was another Viking. And they did the harrying of the north. They killed tens of thousands of people in the north. So, you know, there's definitely, even 1,000 years later, chat, there's still, you know, some animosity, some anger, obviously, right? You know, thousands of people were killed and conquered and, you know, assimilated into, you know, the language that they speak isn't the language that they would have spoken if they weren't conquered by so many different people. So it changes the whole fabric of your society, really. But yeah, literally, if you guys understood this prim, proper woman who, like, her hair is perfect, her everything is perfect, you know what I mean? She doesn't wear a lot of makeup, she's got glasses, she's got a nice little sweater and stuff, and just, you know, like, her house is spotless, okay? Like, literally her apartment, I should say, is spotless. Like, you won't find a speck of dust She must clean it like every hour. And then to hear her say that was just so funny. Like we're sitting there having tea, and she's all prim and proper, and then she tells me the barbarians from the north. Oh, look it up, Mike. It's in the history books. And I'm like, this lady's crazy. I'm like, I thought she was normal. I'm like, you never know with people. And then I go home and I look it up, and I'm like, okay, she knew the history. I'm the history buff, but of course she learned it in school, right? So, you can learn a lot if you just like ask people questions and, show some interest. And I can appreciate people who are candid and honest and open, even if it's, slightly offsides. Sub to Doyle and AD. Thanks, Saint. Thanks, bro. The glasses you photoshopped and put in there? That's cool. That's cool. My next tattoo? That's hilarious. That's funny. I love the Vikings, guys. I love them. They were not barbarians whatsoever. They were the best shipbuilders of the time. They had crazy trade routes, and they became the kings of England. Like the royalty right now is related to William the Conqueror. So, like King Charles and Prince Harry and all of them are actually related to William the Conqueror, probably. So they're like the kings and queens of Europe, not just England, were from barbarians. So yeah, I don't know. It's super cool, like little history lesson that she gave me. It made me laugh. So AD basically, I'll explain the story again. Oh no, it's Piper. So this one of my ex-girlfriend's grandmothers was from England, and her mom was born in England as well. So they still had the English accent. They lived in Canada for 30 or 40 years, and they were like, yeah, we're English. They looked at themselves as English living in Canada. Okay, that's how they were and are still. But I was asking her, questions like a question like, why can I understand you very clearly, right? She had an accent, very, very English, but she told me it was a proper Cockney accent, Mike. And I was like, a proper Cockney accent? What the heck does that mean? She's like, oh, she explained every area in England has different accents, right? So like they have a Scouse accent in Manchester or Liverpool. You can't understand a damn word that they're saying, right? Some people in this channel prior were from Manchester, and I had a really hard time understanding them. They almost sound Scottish, right? Some words I'd be like, sorry, what did you just say? So then this grandmother explained to me that the Vikings had basically taken over the north of England at one time, and she attributed that to why I couldn't understand them. She said they were barbarians. So yeah, it was just funny. It's very accurate. It's probably very accurate, bro. Yeah. Well, I mean, they have Ivor the Boneless. He was a real individual. Of course, the king was a real individual. Yeah. But yeah, AD, it's more. I'm just laughing. I'm just joking. But it's true, right? Not that they're barbarians per se, but that the view of the Southerners over Northerners was, you kind of look down on them. It's like in the United States, chat. They call Northern Americans Yankees still today. You've seen the Confederate guys. General Lee and the Dukes of Hazzard. They'd always be, all these, those Yankee boys and all this, right? And like people still have that viewpoint, and Northerners kind of look down on the Southerners. Ragnar Lothbrok, that's his name. But yeah, Northerners kind of look down on the Southerners like they're like, like bumpkins and stuff like that, right? It's just like they're all American, right? They just have a different accent, live in a different state. It's the same thing in England, guys. The north of England, Italy, the north of Italy, and even where my parents are from, Croatia, but the north of Italy is very predominant. Like it's got Milan, Venice, where I was, Florence. Rome, of course, is not so much north, but it's not south. Okay, so the Northerners really look down on the Southerners, like Calabrese or Sicilians, and they consider them not even Italian. They consider them less intelligent and different things like that. That's funny. All the moody, monotone, happy barbarian northerners and their infectious personalities, them ones. You know what, honestly, like, northern English people are quite interesting. They are quite interesting. I've met a few of them for sure. And I personally do think that, you know, like, they're very different than, let's say, um, Southern England or Eastern England. You know, Welsh people are different. Welsh people don't look at themselves as being English anyways. They're from Wales.
You gotta move.
They're from you know, what I was about to say the Carthaginian line, but that's not the line. The Arthurian line. But that's funny, AD. That's really funny, bro. Silence and a shot rings out. Back on the phone. Okay, what now? And how did you type that out so quick? Are you on computer? Because that was insane, bro. Or did you just like copy and paste that? Because that was fast, dude. That was like some 70 words a minute. So that's fine. Hey, that's fine, bro. Everyone's entitled to an opinion, and I mean, you know, like, I don't know. I don't know too many. I don't even know too many people from England. The few people that I've met, to be honest, I've met a young lady who's 20 years old from England. She's super, super nice. You're always on computer. Fair enough. Fair enough. You know, I met some other young people. One kid was he was a Scouser, and he was trying to tell me he was from London, and I was like, dude, you're, and then what he tried to do, chat, because I told him, I told him the Northern Barbarian thing, and I said, look, I know you're not from London, okay? So either you were born somewhere else, or you're lying. Like, basically, I just called him out, and it was a kid. I didn't really want to, but I just like people being truthful. And then he tried to tell me that one of his parents was Scottish and one of his parents was English, and I was like, oh my god. Yeah, he was a Scouser. Yeah, and it's honestly, it's nothing. Like, I don't care. I don't care that you're a Scouser. It's just I had a really hard time understanding him. Like, when I talk to you, Fizz, like, the odd word, I might be like, what did he say? But for the most part, I would say 95% of the stuff that you say, I'm like, oh, okay, that I understand. Whereas this guy, I was not, like, it was like 50-50 sometimes, bro. Like, you know what I mean? I'm talking to somebody English, and it's like, what? You know, and my English isn't great, but it's not that bad. You laughed so hard when you heard it? No doubt. You can type fast, 80. Holy, bro. That's insanely fast, bro. That's insanely fast. But you know, one thing I find about people in England, just in general, like, you guys are so passionate about England, about Britain, you know, about like the wars and stuff, which obviously you should be in certain respects. You know, you probably have like grandpas, or, you know, your grandmother went through it, bro. Like, she was like sitting there. She's the person I was talking about, like Nan. You know, the bombs were coming, and Nan was like, oh, we're gonna have an afternoon tea and, you know, scones, like you were saying. Like, she didn't even care. She was just like, whatever, you know. But I just find, like, honestly, English people are just very, very unique. Very, very unique. And you guys love your football teams. Like, if you cross an English person in their football club, good luck with that, bro. Like, you're gonna get mobbed. Absolutely mobbed. And honestly, Fizz, you're the first person because I think you said you're a Manchester City fan. I want to say, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that you said that, and you're like the first person from the South that I've ever heard that's a Northerner fan. Like, that is so obscure to me. It is very obscure. Because, like, usually it's like, if you're from London, you know, like I said before, they have, like, I don't know, 6 or 7 professional teams. So, you know, you could be whatever, right? Tottenham Spurs or something, right? Yeah, very passionate about football, for sure, for sure. Europeans in general are quite passionate. You're a Manchester City fan, okay, okay. You said my dad and grand uncles were in World War II, and great granddad and his brother were in World War One. There you go, Mr. Fizz. So it is something that would affect you quite personally. You may have the medals, you may have some memorabilia. I'm sure it's something that you would take quite seriously. And you know, I mean, my grandfather was in the war. It's not really something that I like to talk about because Croatia was allied with Germany in World War II. I'm not sure if you guys know that, but so you know it could clash with other people. I hope it doesn't. But you know, my grandfather was in the war. It's not something that I'm entirely proud of, just because of the situation and circumstances given. But it's, you know, it's something that my family is like. Parts of my family are very like, they're very steadfast and very like, don't say anything against it. So.
We gotta move.
And I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I try and stay away from too touchy subjects or, you know, politics and religion. I try and stay away from it. I don't mind if somebody says like, you know, Elliot says God bless you. I'm not like a particularly religious person anymore, but I always say God bless you back. I think it's just a nice thing to say, you know. Oh, okay. Disabilities you weren't able to. Fair. I'm not surprised that you wanted to, because it's probably in your blood, bro. It's like, you know, it's like a hereditary thing now, where it's like my dad, my grandfathers, my great grandfather. You know what I mean? Like everybody serves. That's such a great point, Fizz. We should talk about it and learn from it, and it doesn't happen again. That's an excellent point. You know, and I don't want to sweep things under the rug. You know what I mean? It's just like I know the genocide and different things that had happened, and I just, you know, it's an unfortunate situation. And you know, and again, it'd be different if I was on the good side. Let's say I was on the Allies, not the Axis. I'm on the Axis side, so I'm kind of welcome back, Rhonda. So I'm kind of like, you know, I feel like a little bit of the villain, but you know, it is what it is. That's my family. On my mom's side, my family was in the war, for sure, 100%. So, but I totally agree with that, Fizz. That's such a enlightening point of view, because like, you know, you don't want to sweep things under the rug and pretend like it didn't happen. I also don't want to shed light on genocide, mass killings, and things of that nature. Yeah, yeah. The only things you don't discuss are politics, religion, sensitive subjects. I know, it gets to yeah. You know, people are passionate about it, bro. And like I said, like if I was to say something against, you know, let's say if I was to say something against England, right? It would be like, you know, it would be obviously offensive to not just you, but you know, entire swaths of people. But you know, those Scottish people. No, I'm just kidding. I gotta pick a country to pick on who never comes in here, guys. Like some foreign country that like I'll probably never see somebody from. I don't know. But yeah, I understand some sensitive subjects. You gotta watch what you say. But GG's, Jonas, GG's. You do really gotta watch what you say. You know, like oftentimes I do speak my mind. I'm overly opinionated. Man, those Scottish people. You watch, some Scottish person's gonna come into chat and be like, "What about me?" You know, a thick accent. You got a problem? He's wearing a kilt at home. You know what I mean? He's got the bagpipes beside him. He's like, "You want to die? I'll smash you in the face with this bagpipe." No, I got respect for the Scottish, man. Like we were talking about earlier, they were the only ones in Britain that could evade the Romans conquering them. So, you know, I think Fizz, you were saying that the Northerners say, "Oh, you Southerners are weak because you guys got conquered by the Romans, but we didn't." So it's just like, you know, it's like pot shot from like literally, chat. The Romans left in 500 or 400 AD. So that's literally 1500 or 1600 years ago. And Fizz was telling me that like the Northerners are still like razzing them. "Oh, you remember 1500 years ago, bro?" You guys folded to the, the conquering, like the biggest entity in the world. They conquered more at that time, more land than anyone had prior, like a significant amount. The only Celts that stopped the Romans on our little island. Fair, fair. I think it was like the Picts too, the painted people. I think, if I'm not mistaken. I could be. I very well could be, but I believe it was the Pictish people. And and that's really where a lot of those Arthurian, like King Arthur legends come from, is around that time. Geoffrey of Monmouth is one of the first people, I believe, he was a cleric. Religious people were the people who wrote down stories, but he wrote down about this Arthurian guy, or Arthur, King Arthur, whatever you want to call him. And that was several hundred years, or a couple hundred years after it happened, but it's set around 600, 700, or 500 AD. So, it's kind of like, that's when the Romans left England, and the Germans, like Angles and Saxons, hence why we have the Anglo-Saxon, is like Caucasian white people. They came from north. They were supposedly invited in, and then they just kind of took over. Need Alhoun to pop in here? Why? Pagans legends? Yeah. Celts and the Picts, fair. Okay. Also, it's ridiculous to blame you for different generations' actions. That's fair, Piper. That's fair. I mean, but people do, like, look at, like, for example, like, let's say anti-Semitism, right, that goes on, or whatever, right, like, like, people from Palestine hate Jewish people. People from Israel or Jews, hate Palestinian people. Like, they've been fighting for thousands of years, bro, literally. And that's, it's not like these current people they do obviously have a problem with each other, but it's like it stems from centuries and centuries ago. Yeah, I've heard. Trust me, Fizz. I've watched so many things on it. I love the Arthurian legends. I really do. And here's the thing. I always try and tell people, legends and myth is it's stooped in truth. Okay, all of it, in my opinion, or majority of it, right? So, like, a lot of these stories, they came from truth, right? It was just embellished and changed, and like, it was almost like in a movie. You want to make it sound cool. You're Jewish blood, fair enough. There's a lot of Jewish people in England, and at one time there was a lot more, but you guys got kicked out. Like, Jewish people have been kicked out of Germany, England, several places, man. There's no other country, I think, on the earth that's been, like, literally ostracized and just crushed like Jewish people. Like, think about it, guys. In the Bible, they are the ones who were enslaved, for 400 years by the Pharaoh. And then they, told the Pharaoh, hey, God said we're going to put 10 curses on you, and, like, locusts blotted out the sun. There were so many locusts, they ate all the food. Every firstborn animal, child, and everything was murdered or killed overnight. And all the Jewish, like, children and livestock wasn't touched. And then eventually the Pharaoh said, just get out of here. And then that's when, Moses and Abraham took the Jews out and parted the Red Sea, and they, David found a encampment on a hill, and that's how that whole thing started. Oh, Alhoun is a northerner. He's a super sweet guy. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Moved to the UK during World War I to escape. Okay, that makes sense, bro. That makes sense. Well, it's almost like the Knights Templar. You can tell the Knights Templar when, Friday the 13th chat, we're going to go down a little history rabbit hole since we're talking about it, and I love history. But Friday the 13th has this stigma, like it's a bad day, and the reason why it's a bad day is because the King of France, I think Philip or Charles, anyways, doesn't matter, Louis maybe, who knows, he made a deal with the Pope, and they basically stole all of the Knights Templar money, property, assets, but some of them got away, and a bunch of them went to Scotland and England, and that's why you see these circular type churches, and there's different religions there, in my opinion, because also they probably started the Freemasons and stuff like that, you know, because it was a scientific, forward-thinking movement, and that was against the church, right? For hundreds of years, it's been basically like science versus religion. That's been a big thing. And you know, if you were like Copernicus or Galileo, right, they knew before we had telescopes that, you know, the Earth was not in fact the center of the universe, that the sun was, and they basically were imprisoned in some cases because the church was like, hey, you know, you're going against what the Bible says and we don't like it. And meanwhile, you know, hundreds of years later, obviously we find out, well, they were just really smart. And they understood astronomy and science much more than other people. So it's funny. I wonder, is there somebody with these crazy thoughts and ideas now, and then we'll find out later that like they weren't so crazy. They weren't, you know what I mean? Like, you never know. I would love to. I would love to, bro. Yeah, to be honest, I've been wanting to impart some of my historic knowledge onto YouTube. It's just I don't really know how it's going to be received, and I think it's like, I don't know. It's like a lot of people would be bored of it. Like people like yourself, or like people who are just like, oh, that's kind of cool, right? That's different information, and it's not like stuff that you're gonna read in a conventional history book. This is all stuff that I've researched. I didn't go to school for it or anything like that. You know, I hardly have a high school diploma. I only have one because my dad asked me to go and get one while I was working construction to finish it. You know, I had a bunch of credits. I think I needed like 3 or 4 or something. And he was like, oh, you know, like just go and work half a day with me, and then I'll pay you for a full day, and just go to school and just get you know, something, so you have something. So yeah, it was important to him because you know, my grandmother was illiterate. So she couldn't read or write, chat, because in Croatia they didn't really give women the same rights as men, unfortunately. It's a little bit bad. Or they're a little bit more progressive than what they were when she was young. So, but that was a long time ago, so, you know. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair, bro. You know, at first, it's funny because ASMR, I was like, what are people doing? I didn't understand. You know what I mean? Especially with the ear thing, you know, the ear microphone that people like, I don't know. I didn't understand what that was, right? And then these kids that I was playing Fortnite with were saying, oh, ASMR, it's so relaxing. And I was like, how is that relaxing? I didn't understand. And I started watching some of it, and I was like, depending on what the triggers are, it is quite relaxing. It's weird. Like, who thought of this? Like, and it works. So, I mean, like, yeah. But no, I would love, honestly, I would love to voice chat. That's true. That's true. There is an audience for everything. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, I've always been sort of into history. My mom got me into reading books when I was a kid. That's when I started liking the Arthur, Robin Hood, you know, all these types of legends, and stuff like that. And then it just kind of grew from there. And I always attribute a lot of my perceived intelligence as being that I can just regurgitate a lot of information. I have a really good memory, and I like naturally. My dad has a good memory as well. And I worked on mine really, really, really a lot over the years, just, you know, trying to learn things. You know, I know 2 trades, I know 2 languages. Seems like I do things in 2. But yeah, I speak 2 languages fluently. It was incredibly difficult to relearn that language, but I did it, and, you know, and then just kind of, I read a lot, learn a lot. I try and learn something new every day or every couple days, and I'm blessed that I have the ability to regurgitate it somewhat effectively, I think. So, but yeah, I would love to do the podcast or a voice chat for sure, bro. I already told you, like, I know me and you are kindred spirits, bro. Like, not many people like a lot of the same things and have the same type of mentality or thought process, or, you know, whatever it is. But yeah, no, I knew right away, Fizz, when you were like, oh, I love history. I was like, oh, dude. Like, literally, you should see all my books. I have a library. I don't read a lot anymore, but at certain times, guys, I was so fast of a reader, I could literally read a book in a day. I'm not kidding. Not a big book, and not like small print, and it has to be an easy read. It's not going to be something university level or complicated like that. I could read it, but I won't be able to process, and I won't really understand what I'm reading. I could read it fast and just kind of blurb through it, but like if it's an easy book back in the day, even when I was like 20, I could read a book in a day, no problem. I know it sounds crazy, but I mean, if you devote 8 hours to something, and I would do that a lot, so it's like anything else, you get better and faster at stuff. There was a time in my life when I kind of tucked myself away from other people, trying to change my life, and that's what I did. I would play video games, read books, and just chill by myself, sort of like almost like the Prophet Muhammad when he was being gifted this knowledge from Saint Gabriel, right? Because that's what happened. Apparently, he would go and spend these long times in a cave of isolation, and it was for meditation and different things like that. But a lot of times when people meditate, they find some higher learning or something like that. Not saying I was meditating or something like that. I've tried to do it. I have a really hard time focusing on just nothing. I don't know. My brain wants to do something, or my body wants to do something, but I do find that being isolated by yourself isn't such a bad thing. Like, it's not a terrible thing. It's really not. And on the bright side, Fizz, I don't have to bore my friends with my history, and you don't have to bore Piper with yours, So Piper's like, yeah, like, just you two go talk. Like, let it all out. Way over there, bro. I get it. History can be boring, and it depends on what you're talking about, right? Like, my dad will talk about like history, like let's say football teams. Oh, this LA Rams used to be called this or that, and like to him it's like interesting history because he loves football, and But to me, I'm like I couldn't be bothered with it. I'm literally like trying not to listen because I don't want to remember any of this information. Although I am listening, right? Not to be rude, but it's like I don't want like. And it's funny because he's old. He's almost like Grandpa Simpson now, chat. I always laughed at The Simpsons, how, Grandpa Simpson would tell the same stories over and over, and they're like, yeah, Grandpa, and I thought, do old people really do that? And now my dad is that grandpa. He literally tells me this, and I'm like, Dad, you told me this like 20 times. I know. And right when he starts saying it, chat, like he instantly starts, and I go, Dad, here, let me finish that for you. And at first he used to get really mad because he was like, he's prideful, and like I don't know, nobody wants to be like stopped mid-conversation, right? But I was like, I just told him like, Dad, like, I already know what you're gonna say. You don't need to tell me again. And sometimes he just continued telling me because he was like, I don't care, I'm gonna tell you again. And I was like, oh my god. So a lot of my memory bank is stuffed with just the most useless information. The most useless. Fizz could never bore you? That's fair. Aw, that's sweet. That's super sweet. Because, like, it's like the thing is, honestly, that's when you really, really care about somebody, to be honest. It doesn't matter what they say. It's like, you're like, I don't, like, you love this, and I love you, so I just will,
Let's move.
Show interest. Faint. Can we say faint interest? Because, like, let's be realistic. It's not, like, actually, like, oh my god, I love what you're talking about. But, like, that, I think, is, like, the true testament of somebody's character. If you're, like, able to, like, just, yeah. And I mean, let's be realistic. Piper, I'm sure there's moments and points where, like, you're talking about stuff, and Fizz is like, oh my god, no, I don't, oh my god. How much do I owe you now? Your soul, brother, your soul. But Piper, I wanted to tell you this. I felt like you and Fizz, 4 months is not like, it's not really giving you justice or really outlining how tight you guys are. You guys strike me as like you've been together. Like me and my ex have a very we're close. Like, you know, she has a new boyfriend, and it's like whatever. Like nobody wants to hear that their girlfriend or ex-girlfriend or whatever has a new boyfriend, right? But we're so tight that our friendship, it transcends that jealousy or normal feelings that you would have, right? And like, you know, we've for a long time, like we were together for like 4 years, maybe even longer than that, I don't know. But for a long time, it was like we were like our go-to venting post, right? So like, we still are, you know, who knows? We might be forever like that, you know what I mean? It's just like, it's crazy. But you know, we have a bond and a connection, and it transcends and supersedes whether or not we're a couple, you know? So sometimes I think you have that. I don't listen to anything. I just smile and nod. Yes, Piper. Yes, Piper. And then she's asking you a question that's like a no answer. I mean, I listen to everything. She's like, does this make me look fat? Yes, it does. Yes. You know what I always say? Oopsie. When I break his brain. That's like my ex. She talks so fast sometimes, and I was doing it earlier actually. I was just like, I don't know, pumped maybe or something. I don't know. Had the adrenaline going, but she talks so fast. I'm like, hon, you gotta slow down. And she's like, oh, okay, but she's so like hyper. I'm like, oh, dude, like, I have no idea what you're saying, and I don't want to say the wrong thing. You're like, I'm just gonna be like, yeah, and that's like guys I used to work with. I always used to tell them, listen, if I'm explaining something to you about how to do something, don't just yeah me to death. Like, I know you're thinking about video games, your girlfriend, and you know what she doing. Like, throw that all out the window, okay? Like, if you don't understand what I'm saying to you, just say, I don't understand, and I'll try and show you, like, because some people are visual learners, and verbal instructions are not. That's like me. Verbal instructions can kind of go over my head, but if you show me physically what you want me to do, I am like, you know, like monkey see, monkey do. I'm that monkey. I will do that. But if you explain it to me, I might not, you know, so I always try to tell them, like, if you don't understand what I'm saying, guys, don't worry about it. Just talk to me. Like, communicate. Hey, what do you mean? Can you show me? Sure. Instead, they always go, yeah, I know what you're saying. And then they go and do it, and you're like, oh, God. You like 5 minutes in, you're like, stop. And then you got to put them on, you know, kind of on blast. Not really, right? But nicely. And be like, whoa. Slow down, bud. And that's usually what it is. Like, I find in a lot of things, and especially trades, it was just like, slow down. Take your time. Look at what you're doing. You know, don't just push ahead. Like, you know, take a step back, take 30 seconds, look at what your wall or look at what you're doing, and you'll see if it's a problem. This woman has her own language. She doesn't even understand what she says. That's too funny. Yeah, no, I get it. You know what, honestly, Piper, it was a bit of a couple things, and then, you know, it just kind of, you know, I don't know. You know, a lot of my relationships, to be honest with you guys, have fumbled and fizzled because of me. I'm not gonna lie. I know it takes two to tango. I know you guys are gonna say, hell yeah, no, but like, trust me, I know. I've you know, hurt a lot of people, or I've, you know, made several mistakes in the past, and just, you know, I mess up a lot of things I do. So, but, you know, like she's a great person, you know, and she's really like a calm, understanding person, and I think that really offsets my my nature of getting like kind of angry and being, yeah, overreacting, I guess you could say. But yeah, so I think it's good to find people that do that, you know. I think my best relationships have been with like super calm people, super easygoing, because it just really like kind of balances me out, and then it reminds me like, hey, like, and you know, it's just a calming effect when someone's like super, you know. But yeah, you're a visual person too. I understand. I really am. And a lot of people I worked with, it was like that. So I would try and show them like a visual example sometimes too, or most times too. Sometimes it's not romantic. It's hard to maintain friendships though after you break up. It's very hard, you know, with the jealousy. their new significant other might not be a fan of, the old, you know. And I mean, for some people, it's just hard. Like I know for one of my longest relationship, it was just hard for her to talk to me, because we lived together for 5 years. We were together for 7 years. It was a very long time. Um, and the circumstances that precipitated our breakup, obviously, it's easy for me to look at it and be like, hey, like, why can't we just be friends? But like, for her, she had a totally different perspective. And until you can actually kind of empathetically put yourself in that person's shoes and say like, hey, could you forgive, and could you just like be cool? No, probably not. And then you got your answer right there, right?
We gotta move.
So it takes time to and kind of like, you got to be a open-minded person to be able to think like that and actually like look at it from somebody else's side. But I have had friends, like some of my friends for like 30 years now, and we have had like a romantic, let's say, um, romantic relationship at one time. But it was like, it's almost like, in part, like, that the one I'm thinking of, she really liked me and stuff, and she wanted to have a romantic relationship, but like, me and her were so tight as friends that I really didn't want to lose that friendship. So I was like, man, like, I don't know, like, every time I break up with somebody, every time somebody breaks up with me, it's like, we're done. Like, I might see you on the street and say hello, but like, it's not like we're gonna have a cool conversation or hang out or anything of that nature. Whereas like, the one person that I'm thinking about in particular, like, you know, she's such a good friend of mine. I would never want to lose her as a friend, right? So I think sometimes you won't get into a romantic situation because you're such good friends with people that you're like, I don't, I don't want to lose you as a friend. I don't want any bitterness. I don't, yeah. And she has kids too, and I'm really close with her kids, so I would never want to lose that bond that I have with them. I would take them shopping. I was like the unk, I'm like that, the cool unk that takes them shopping and buys them poutine at McDonald's and a Sprite and all that jazz. I'm that dude. And I don't mind being that dude. It's kind of a cool spot to be. Everybody loves you as the unk, bro. Everybody, your uncles are cool. You know what I mean? Like, I go there and they like run up and hug me, and big like strong hug, and you're like, oh, feeling that in the ribs, thanks. But yeah, it's funny, like, those are the little things that people talk about that are like incredibly important to people. Like I said earlier, I won't bend or fold for money. I really, really won't. I'm not that type of person. But like, if you're like showing me love and affection, like for example, Elliot, he's always like, "Oh, bro, I love you as a bro." It's like, oh my God, I'm overwhelmed at times. But it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool when people look up to you or enjoy your company. And thank you guys so much for the 13 likes. Holy crap.
We gotta move.
Piper, what's your favorite movie? I don't think you were in here yesterday. No, you weren't in here yesterday. And I was asking everybody what their favorite movie is. You can have multiples too. I was getting a lot of cool answers. My answers would be like, I don't know, Lord of the Rings, Heat. I said earlier that's one of my favorites. Pardon me. Um, 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 um. That drill sergeant is awesome for that part. Literally. Literally awesome for that part. Yeah, like he plays that perfectly, bro. I'm trying to think of another war movie that I really wanna say. Apocalypse Now is another crazy one. Haven't seen that one in a long time. That one's crazy. Apocalypse Now. I'm just trying to think off the top of my head too. I'm not looking up anything, guys. Like I'm not like typing in war movies and going, oh yeah, this movie. I'm just trying to think off the top of my head. Oh, you know what's funny? Jurassic Park was said as well. Stubborn Woman said Jurassic Park. Pride and Prejudice. There you go. Okay, I don't think I've seen Ever After. Okay, Walking Dead. Fair enough. Fair enough. Walking Dead was a really, really good one. Lost was a crazy series. Honestly, Lost, Piper, was one of my favorite series up until, I don't know, they had so many seasons, but one season, like, eventually it just was like, but here's one thing I always say about this, Piper. The light, you know what I mean? Like, what was that light in the thing? And you just were waiting for it. They kept you on the edge of your seat so well in that series, Lost. Walking Dead was really good too. One of my favorites is The Sopranos, hands down. Sopranos, this is my rifle. There are many like it. That's what I was thinking. But this one is mine. My rifle is my best friend. It is my life. I must master it as I must master my life. Without me, my rifle is useless. Move. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. That's the quote I was thinking of. Thank you. Not the smoke we make. We know the hits that will count. Because it is my life. That's hilarious. Thus I will learn it as a brother. I will learn its weaknesses, its strengths, its parts. Oh my god. You're a fast typer too, bro. Holy. How many words a minute do you type, Mr. Fizz? Holy crap. I'm like 5 words a minute probably, chat. Literally. Don't be sorry. I'm glad you put it, bro. I kept trying to think, this is my rifle. I kept saying that. I knew there was a good quote of that. I didn't realize it was so long. Holy crap, but you type fast, dude. That's insane. I could see it, though. I could see them putting such a big emphasis on the rifle. Pardon me. You got to keep that sucker clean. Rifleman Creed. Okay, that's fair. But yeah, that's funny that you said Jurassic Park. That is another one of my favorite movies for sure. Ever After? I don't know if I've seen that. I think that's like a softy kind of movie. I tend to, honestly, that's the one type of movie I won't really watch. Anything that gets my emotions going too much. I don't know. It's not that it's like terrible. It's just like, you know, yeah, I just try and avoid them. The Wayward Pines. I don't know what that is either. You loved it? Okay, fair enough. I love a ton of movies. I love Goodfellas. I love Casino. I grew up on those. I love Hook. You know, Hook is one of my favorite movies. The heck else do I love? I still love all the Indiana Jones trilogies, or that's not a trilogy anymore. It's like 5 movies or something. But the Back to the Future trilogies, I love them. Care Bears the movie. Okay, so I'll be honest. I was a huge Care Bears fan as a kid. Huge. Like, I don't know how I became, like, I like G.I. Joe. I liked all kinds of, like, kid man stuff, you know. I loved all that stuff. But Care Bears, I'm not gonna lie, I watched that all the time. You know what made me laugh? So was I. Yeah, see, I told you we were kindred spirits. You know what I love? I'll tell you right now. I loved how Beastly would always have the best ideas, and then Shriekly would steal them and be like, no, I have a better idea. And Beastly would be like, oh, okay, what is it? And then she'd say exactly what Beastly said, only her way. And then Beastly's like, Yeah, you know, like honestly, bro, it made me laugh every time. Typical of like that era where it's just like they have these quirky little. You looked for it almost after a while, like you know. It's almost like with my streams, I almost want to come in and say the same thing so that way people get acclimated to hearing me say that. Do you know what I mean? Like it's almost I know I should do that because like when I open up my stream I don't say anything until people come in and then I say, "Hey, how's it going?" blah blah blah, and I don't really say anything. So people watching my videos are like, this guy not talk? Is there no audio?" Like so I got to remind myself. I need like a moniker, like a, you know, like a certain like theme song type entrance. But yeah, that's honestly so funny that you mentioned Care Bears because I never think about Care Bears, and it's not one that I'm gonna come out and say, "Oh, Care Bears." But since you said it, I'll be honest. Yeah, I used to watch Care Bears with, you know, I'm trying to think of some of the Care Bears. There was the one with the rainbow on the stomach because they all had a stomach thing, and then they'd shoot like you know out of their stomach or whatever. Always say hello, thank you, and goodbye. Yep, yep. Probably part of the reason why I'm somewhat polite, bro. I honestly, that was a good show. Like it had it had meaning in it. You know what I mean? They had like a moral, and I think it was good, a good show for kids to have some integrity. You know, I remember that. I do remember that. It wasn't like you know, there was no violence. There was no like you know, yeah, they'd like spew something out of their stomach and then knock Shriekly or Beastly back, but then you know they'd never kill Shriekly or Beastly. They'd always be back next week. Thundercats was a good one. Yeah, Thundercats was a good one, bro. Thundercats, ho! Oh yeah. See, that's the thing. Me and you will have tons of. You know, I used to watch like I don't know if you guys saw Mr. Dress Up in the UK. We used to have like Mr. Dress Up and Fred, Sharon, and Lois. They used to sing with guitars and stuff. And then there was another guy with a guitar who had like the hidden. He would go under the stump, you know, in the stump, and then he'd come out and play his guitar and stuff. I think it was Fred Penner or something. Fred Penner's Play Place or something. Like, yeah. That honestly, that's very entertaining. I'm glad you mentioned these. You know, it's taken me back. Reading Rainbow. I don't know if you ever watched Reading Rainbow. Reading Rainbow. But it had similar shows. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, Mr. Jessup was huge here. You know, he had these stupid dolls or whatever, and he would always that's what I'm talking about. He would always come in and he had his sweater, and then he'd put his sweater down, right, on like hang it up, and then he'd come and sit down and do it like it always started the same. So I think when you have stuff like that, people acclimate themselves to it and become comfortable, and if you didn't do it, they'd be like, there's something missing. What's he not doing? What's she not doing, right? So I think that's an important thing in the psyche of people is to get them in a routine, right? We are routine-oriented creatures. People build routine habits because your brain waves fire, you know, sparks or receptors like over and over and over again, and that's why we build routine, because your brain starts to hardwire to learn to behave that way, to think that way, you know. So I think that's an important thing that I should start doing when I open up stream. I'm gonna be like, "Hello, ladies and gentlemen," or something. I don't know. I'll figure something out. That feels similar. Yeah, yeah. Builds comfort. That's correct. That's and again, it builds comfort. It builds routine, and it gets people in the habit of doing like hearing that and doing that, and then it'll almost be like something missing if it's not there, right? It's almost the same reason when you go and get a hamburger from Wendy's, they say, "See you tomorrow." Like, you're not actually going to be there tomorrow, but they're trying to build it in your head psychologically, like, come back tomorrow.
We gotta move.
And I'm sure some people might come back tomorrow because they say that. And that's the only reason why they would repeat that. It's literally like part of their slogan here. I don't know if they have that with takeaway with you, Fizz. I'm not sure how it works in the United Kingdom. Do people eat a lot of fast food in the United Kingdom? Like, probably. I wouldn't see why not. Or is it more like, you know, because when I watch stuff, like you guys eat a lot of meat pies. You know, that's quite a popular thing. What else have I seen over there? Bangers and mash, different things. You know, fish and chips, I'm sure. But do you guys eat McDonald's and stuff like that? Yes, you do. Okay. Yeah, I figured. You know, even in places like India or China, like I watch this guy with a red bandana. I can't think of his name. He's really entertaining though. He's really funny. Fast food is easy there, yeah. And I watch this guy and he does worst food review show or best food review show. But he's like a American guy, and he does a lot of like Eastern series like Vietnam, India, different places, all types of different places, right? And he eats some really crazy stuff. But yeah, he shows that like there's even in Korea there's like KFC and like everything, you know what I mean? It's different food though. That's the interesting thing. In KFC in Korea or Taco Bell and all those things, it's more catered to obviously the Eastern cuisine that they're gonna want. You're a home cook and a baker. One or two if lucky takeaways. What do you mean in a month? You get one or two? Because like I will eat certain fast food. I'm not big into it. At different times I have been. Like I have eaten a lot of it. I'm not gonna say I haven't. Yeah, in a month. Okay, yeah, that's not much at all, bro. That's really not much. To be honest, that's about probably what I've been doing lately. I've been really trying to put on some more weight, bulk up a bit. So I like for a while there, like a month, even less than a month ago, I was eating, honestly, guys, 5 or 6 meals a day. I know that sounds crazy, but I had lost a little bit of weight, and I was not totally happy with the way that I looked in comparison to prior, we'll say. So I was like, okay, like, and it was just, not drinking water, just eating like very minimally and, eating late and then going to sleep, like all the worst things I could do. Eating junk food a lot, eating two McDonald's hamburgers and a Coke. And then I'd stay up all night, and it was just, I had the worst habits in the world. Sleep part of the day away, and then, yeah, just awful. So, but I'm not entirely like one of these people who like, oh, I have to weigh this, but I have to look a certain way for me to be happy with myself, I guess. And it's not necessarily like muscular or anything like that, chat. It's just like I can't look a certain way and look at myself, and I know how I normally look, and like it was hurting my feelings and bugging me when I'd go see my mom and she wouldn't see me. And it wasn't that she was putting me down, but I think she was more just worried. She kept saying, you're skinny, like you're really skinny, are you okay? And I was like, oh, okay. And after a few times I was like, okay, like obviously, I am getting quite skinny, and some other people were saying it to me, so I was like, oh man. But my weight has varied. At different times I've weighed 217 pounds, and I was in good shape. But I don't necessarily need to weigh 220 pounds. That's not, I don't have to weigh that to be happy. But if I'm very skinny, I just, I wasn't happy with myself, guys. That's all it was. I just would look at myself, and I didn't have that confidence. I didn't have that, that bump in my step that I normally have. So, I had to change it, and I've been eating a ton. And then I've kind of laid off a little bit now. So usually what I'll do is I'll bulk a lot, and then I'll cut, and then I'll bulk a lot and cut. It's like, same with like working out. And I'm just not really working out a lot, to be honest. I'm working out a little bit here and there. Yeah, you got to. Well, I find with streaming, it's like, that's why I was saying with one of your, I can't remember who it was, but the person who kept saying to hydrate. That's really, really cool that they say that, because like I always forget. I'm gonna drink some water right now. I don't know what it is about playing video games or streaming. I just forget to like live, But you do have to do what makes you happy. And your mod Kelsey, that's right, yeah. So here's my question. She must be on a computer, because she's in both your guys' streams at the same time. Is that how she's doing that? Because I had to flip back and forth between you guys. And I mean, your wife, she doesn't pay attention to me whatsoever. She literally won't talk to me. Like, you're answering for her in her chat. So I'm just going to go to your chat from now on, Fizz. I'm just kidding, Piper. I'm sorry, Piper. I was just joking. Yeah, on PC you can do it. Okay, fair enough. Next time when you guys do your 12-hour stream, I'll go on PC, and that way I can have you both up. She's rubbish with chat. Yeah, you know what? Honestly, it's funny. Like, stubborn woman was not that she's rubbish, but I went into her chat and I said like 10 different things, and I was like, I don't know whether it's like, you know, just human nature, but I was like, why is she not saying? And she wasn't saying anything to anybody. It's not like she was picking other people to talk to and not me. She just was like enveloped in the game and trying to live and survive, right? And then she's like, oh my god, I'm so sorry. So I just been poking fun out of her. But it's funny how if you don't say stuff and you don't interact with your chat, it makes a big difference, right? Tomorrow will be a 12-hour Repo multiplayer stream. Okay. I don't think I've seen Repo. I heard somebody else in your chat saying they were going to play Repo, so I'll have to check it out. Stuffing her face eating. Could be. Or laughing. Piper loves her food, eh? She loves the food, you were saying. She loves the food pics. I love food too. Like, you know, every day I eat 2 to 3 eggs. I usually eat some toast with it, even though I know bread isn't the greatest, but I do, if it's nice, I'll walk a lot and get a lot of exercise. I even run sometimes, so I'm not really worried about, like, you know, putting on too much weight. It's not really a thing with me. I have a really fast metabolism, so that's part of the reason why I have to eat like literally 6 times a day to get anything on me, because it just won't stay. It literally will not stay on me. I'm a lanky person by nature. I gotta really work hard to put some weight on. It sucks. Other people, it's like they probably just do a few push-ups and they're fine, and me, it's like I gotta like actually like try. But in truth, I don't eat the best food. Like, I'm not like sitting there eating rice, you know, lean chicken, cottage cheese. I won't put myself through that. It's just too much. I find that's like, you're almost suffering at that point. Like, you know, you're forcing yourself to eat this like no salt, like I remember when I went to the gym thoroughly, right guys? And this is why I went to the gym, was because I had started to put weight on. I actually, for once in my life, put weight on, but it was like water retention, because of like, they wanted me to drink a lot of water because the chemo was really bad on my kidneys. So to offset that, they said drink a lot of water, and then my face and just everything ballooned. Like, I was like, what in the hell? And then my ex-girlfriend at the time was like, oh, why don't you, you know, go to the gym? Like, I go to the gym, why don't you come with me? And then, you know, because I was kind of like, you know, complaining about my looks and how I, you know, whatever, right? So then I started going to the gym, and then I realized, like, you know, the gym was actually pretty cool. Like, the people in the gym were very nice, most of them. Get the oddball or jerk, but, you know, most of the people were really, really cool. I learned a lot, and that was one of the things that I learned the most was, you know, like, going to the gym is only going to do so much for anybody. You literally have to eat. That's the most important thing. Yum, salt. I got locked in and forgot about chat. I love salt. I do love salt. And unless it's too much, and then you get that, you know, that vinegar almost face. Hey, if someone puts too much salt, you're like, ooh, no. And you guys might not be like that, because some people, you know, they can just put salt on salt on salt. If I'm eating French fries, I do want them to be quite salty, really. But that's okay, Piper. It happens. It happens. I mean, the thing is, you get locked into games. Like, when I play Bf6, I have a really hard time flying the chopper or sniping, for example, and reading everybody's stuff. It's like, it's really hard. Like, yesterday, I went 1-6, like 1 kill, 6 deaths, and like, for me, like, that's, I'll turn the game off, guys. Like, I literally, like, if I kept going like that, that game would have been going off right away. No questions about it. I just won't do it. It's just, I'm too competitive or something. It's just not fun at that point. And then once I stopped paying attention to chat as much, I think I ended up like positive, like 10-7 or 10-8. And literally in one life, pretty much, I got all those kills. But just literally because I focused, like, I have to be hyper focused on what I'm doing, or else I'm not going to be successful. If I'm eating French fries and I want them salty, dipped in my chocolate milkshake, a lot of people do that. A lot of people do that with Frosties here, bro. They dip the French fries in you know, at Wendy's, they have like a chocolate Frosty or a vanilla Frosty. I love Frosties, bro. They had them in the summer for $1, guys. $1. I was there all the time. I was like, yep, I'll take another Frosty, thank you. Because I'm not, like, honestly, even if I'm trying to eat healthy and clean, I'm not going to force myself not to eat ice cream or not to eat anything. You know what I mean? I'm still going to enjoy some bad food. I don't know. I remember when I was at the gym and some of these guys were like, "Oh, you know, I eat 6,000 calories a day and it's all clean and I I hate my life and stuff." Like, I understand if you're trying to become a bodybuilder or something like that and you really have to go to that excessive extreme to attain that. But for the most part, like, normal people doing that, I think is crazy. Like, you're sacrificing your pleasure and your life for, yeah, ice cream is your downfall. Fair enough. I love ice cream, bro. I love it. Actually, Stubborn Woman last night was talking about whoopie pies, and I guess it's basically like a Oreo cream pie or something, or Oreo cookie pie. Like, it sounds amazing. And like, I get those from the store. I get this little 5-inch pie. It's just like whipped cream and crushed up Oreo. It's amazing. I love it. But I love ice cream, Fizz. The only problem is a lot of the ice cream that I love, it's not so much Haagen-Dazs. I'm not a big Haagen-Dazs person, but we have like local ice cream that's really, really good, like Shaw's, for example. Or what else do we have? Some dairy stuff like that's made with like real milk, blah blah blah. But all the ice cream here now, Fizz, is like literally insane. It's $10, like the good stuff. You can buy like a huge Neapolitan, like, you know what I mean? It's garbage ice cream. You can buy that for like $5 or $4, easy, and it's huge. It'll last you, like, that's good stuff for kids. Here, give it to the kids. They can have 18 scoops of it, and there'll still be tons left. Oh, you make your own. Dang. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. You said you're a chef and you're a cook. That's crazy. So what does that incorporate? It's probably cream. It's probably heavy cream. Salt, obviously. I bet you it's basic, like making dough, right? Because most people don't realize, like, I used to make my own pizzas and pizza dough and everything. And like making dough and bread is really easy. People don't realize it's literally like salt, flour, a little bit of yeast or something to make it rise, and water, and I'm probably forgetting something because I haven't made it in a while. But really the key is to just make it early so that way it has time to rest and sit, rise, not sit, but rise. You need a few hours. Like, you're not going to make pizza and then in a half an hour you're making the pizza. It's just not how it goes. So I would make it in the morning, and then by about noon or 2 o'clock it's ready to roll. Milk, cream, any salt, and any flavors you use. That's fair. Yeah, very basic. Yeah. And then do you have an ice cream machine? Oh my god, I'm making homemade pizza tonight? Nice. That's freaking cool. I haven't done it in a while, Piper. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna front and say, oh yeah, this is something that I've done like recently. Thank you for the idea. Nice. But it's something I used to do with my ex, like a few exes ago, was a big cook. She had a bunch of recipes. I ended up buying her like a binder and a nice little fancy book, and she would put all of her recipes in there. So sometimes together we would cook together and stuff like that. And she was the one that was like, oh, do you want to make pizza? And I was like, yeah, sure. And then I did it all, right? But she was an excellent cook. I've dated a couple women who are the thing that I miss the most about them, not that I don't like they weren't good people in different respects, but literally their cooking is that's maybe erogenous to say. I'm sorry if it is, but make sorbets by hand. Okay, that's crazy. Yeah, machine. I figured machine. Well, because it's got to be I've seen those big. It's usually a big stainless steel. It's not cheap, I'm sure. They're probably $200 or something, bro. And it's just hammers it out for you. But that's pretty cool that you can make something without all the additives, you know? Like you know exactly what's in it. That's really cool. Like not all this acid or whatever food color, you know, red 42 or whatever, yellow this or that, you know, it's all bad for people. It literally it creates a lot of the physical problems that people have, bro. Like their kids have that because of, you know, like poor you know, like these additives and these preservatives and all this stuff. Not to sound too like, you know, like I don't eat all that stuff, because I do. I this week was my guilty pleasure, honestly, that I ate was like 4 boxes of Kraft Dinner every single night. I was like fiending Kraft Dinner for some reason. It's like from when I was a kid, you know? Like, I know that sounds gross. Maybe you don't like Kraft Dinner, but sorry, I ate it all week. Well, not all week, but like 3 or 4 days in a row. Bro, for sorbet, water, sugar, real fruit juices, that's all you need. Wow. Wow. And maybe like some ice cubes or something, right? Or you freeze it after, I guess. Well, you know what's crazy, Fizz? For that sorbet, like, or like, you know what's expensive too in the United States? We don't have these so much here in Canada. We do a little bit. Oh, you freeze? Okay. We have like basically like $10 fruit drinks. That's a big thing with people now, you know? Not ice cubes, gotcha. Yeah, we have these like $10 fruit drinks, so they'll just take like mango and I don't know, pineapple and different things, and they'll just, you know, and then they hand it to you, and you got to pay $10 or $12 for it. So like, literally that, what you're making with these fruit juices is literally the same thing. And I mean, let's face it, fruit's pretty expensive, chat. If you've been buying fruit or vegetables, I was talking about broccoli, how expensive it was. And Doyle was making me laugh because he was like, oh, this was out of the package or whatever. I was like, but you know, like fruit is insane here in Canada. I don't know if fruit's expensive where you are, Fizz. I'm sure it's expensive for you, Piper, because I don't think, unless your state just has fruit for cheap, like, because I've been in Michigan, and we were buying groceries and stuff like that, and I was like, oh my god, it's more expensive in Michigan, guys, than it is in Canada, which is insane, because we as Canadians used to go to Michigan or Port Huron, different places, not even Michigan, you know, people would drive to wherever and get food in the United States and drive back to Canada. Same with gas. In Canada, it is about $6 a gallon, maybe even more, $7 a gallon, maybe. And then when I was in the United States, it'd be like $3.50, $2.50 a gallon. Fruit is expensive. Yeah. Here you can go to markets and stuff. Yeah, before, I understand. Here you can go to markets, guys, and you can get like a better deal, but the only problem with those is it typically doesn't last. Like, you almost need to dehydrate that fruit or freeze it, because they want you to buy bulk, first of all, so now you have like way too much that you're not probably going to eat in time, but it also goes bad really, really fast. Really fast. It's not like your typical grocery stuff where you have, you know, a week or something in the fridge. This stuff will go like so fast, but it's not bad. You know, especially if you have one of those dehydrators, let's say. I don't have that, but if you had one of those, that would be kind of cool, because you can just do that, and then, you know, it obviously extends its shelf life exponentially. And I actually am downloading another game. I'm gonna try it maybe with Stubborn Woman. We'll see if she wants to play with me. But it's Zombie Army 4, so we'll have to see.
We gotta move.
We'll have to see when that downloads. That's part of the reason why I'm not playing right now, is because Fortnite had a download, and I know that. Oh wow, Zombie Army's almost done. Holy, it's already ready to play. Okay, this is actually good. And Fortnite's done, because I know in a bit that the whole Fortnite crew will come on and be like, hey, you want to play FN? And my internet sucks, guys. My internet is like slow as molasses. I think I'm still using dial-up. You know? I think I'm still using dial-up. You remember the dial-up, the ring? Well, I know Fizz does because he told me about how his dad got him a computer young, so he obviously had dial-up. There was nothing else. There was no other options. But that's cool, Fizz, that you're so self-sufficient. I'm really not quite, you know, quite that. Like even pudding, my friend was like, I was like saying, oh, they want $3 for these puddings, and my friend was like, why don't you just make them? And I was like, You played LAN before dial-up? Okay, fair enough, fair enough, fair enough. That. I don't live in the sticks. I live in a city. It's a pretty big city. It's a pretty big city, Piper. I have lived in the sticks, though. I have, for sure. I used to live in the country for like probably 5 years. We had goats, we had chickens. I used to collect eggs. What else do we have? We had other stuff. I can't think of it right now.
We gotta move.
But yeah, I used to feed baby goats, chat, with a bottle, like a baby. Yeah, that's fair. You'd say fruit is expensive, but not as much as yours. Everything is expensive. Like everything, like, you know, all the essentials. See, here's the thing that I think is the problem with societies, in my opinion, guys. Is that like the good stuff is very expensive. Like even the freaking fast food is expensive, right? But if you were to weigh out like fast food, most of it, it's way cheaper than going to the grocery store and buying something very healthy, making a meal, taking the time, right? So I think that they're trying to kind of push people away from doing that. You spent 27 years in the sticks? Wow. Holy. Holy. You lived basically your whole life in the sticks.
Let's move.
Yeah, I you know what? Honestly, guys, I spent a lot of time in the city mostly. I did live in the country, but even when I lived in the country, after we moved out of the country or out of like the hills, you know, whatever, it was still pretty close to the city. It wasn't like far. It was like probably 20 minutes from the nearest city, right? My neighbor was like probably a half a mile away, we'll say. My nearest neighbor, or maybe a mile away. I don't know. But I also, at the same time, like my parents divorced. So my dad and I moved in together in the city. And then my mom moved to Toronto. So whenever I'd see my mom, I'd go spend, you know, a month, even longer. And I'd go see her every month in Toronto. So I spent a lot of time in Toronto, in a big city too. It wasn't necessarily right in the heart of Toronto. It was outside of Toronto, but Toronto was, you know, 5 million people metropolitan, so it was pretty intense. So, you know, I learned a lot doing that, to be honest. I would take trains and buses and stuff even at, you know, 13, 14 years old. I was pretty self-sufficient. It's weird because I was like I don't want to say more independent. I was more like go out and do stuff and like brave that way. Like, not saying I wouldn't now, I don't care, but like, you know, like when I was like very young, I was, you know, very young, me and my cousin would, you know, go down to Toronto and spend time at the Eaton Center, or go and watch like the Freshmen, which is a band, or K's Choice. It's some small bands, but they would have a radio station downtown, and they would do like acoustic, very, very cool acoustic concerts. But yeah, K's Choice, their signature song was like "I'm Not an Addict." You may have heard it, may have not. It's not huge. It's a cool song. She was a small little blonde girl, actually, just like you, Piper, the lead singer. I do remember that. But you know, the freshmen, they have some songs too that are pretty popular. But yeah, it was cool. Like it was a different experience for me growing up for sure. And I think that's why later when I went to Europe and I was like alone, I didn't mind just traveling by myself. Like I wasn't, I wasn't phased at all. My family was like, "You're gonna get robbed. You're gonna, you're wearing a gold chain and all this stuff." And I was like, "Dude, whatever. They can take my chain. I don't care." But luckily, I was never robbed. Nobody ever messed with me. People were nice, to be honest. I was just like 20, 21, 22 years old and taking buses 4 or 5 hours away from one family member to visit another one, in a different city in a country where I spoke the language, but it was very obvious that I was a foreigner. Very obvious. My shoes, my shorts, my shirt, it all gave it away, chat.
Let's
Probably the
move.
way I walked, the dad is a big individual and he's very nice, but I have a feeling that, you know, like any dad or any man, he's gonna have his moments where he's gonna be like, hey, I'm laying down the law. And you know, any kid, you know how it is when you're a kid. I told his dad it was your fault, you made him do it. Yeah, the Goon Squad. He's already flying to LA. So Elliot is super fortunate, guys. Like he's been to Greece. He went to Greece for 7 days with his mom. And then he was like posting, and believe it or not, he would still play Fortnite from Greece with us. And he kept complaining about the hotel Wi-Fi. And I was like, dude, you're on vacation. Go enjoy yourself, you know? And then he was mad because he was getting more views in Greece than he did when he came home. And I said, hey, that's how it's going to be. People wanted to see your trip, you know, and that's exciting. But now he's also going with his dad to LA. So, like, I mean, he is a very, very fortunate kid. I keep telling him, I'm like, dude, most people don't get to travel the way you do. You are so lucky, kid. Like, you're so lucky. But I'm hoping that, you know, when he goes to LA, he does take a bunch of videos, you know, of the Walk of Fame, or I don't know what the hell is over there. But, you know, I hope they go do some cool stuff, and he does post some videos. I'm sure he's going to, and then he'll get a bunch of views, and then he'll be telling me about how many more thousands of views he gets than me.
We gotta move.
It's like a competition. I'm not competing because I'm losing. I'm constantly losing. But yeah, some people, you know, some people are blessed. We're all, I think, blessed and cursed, in different ways. And you know, he's very fortunate to have, you know, his dad is a very successful car salesman, as it were. And I mean, honestly, his dad spends so much time with him, and like he's in. If you go look at his videos, guys, it's hilarious. He's in all of his videos basically. And he's just, you know, his dad always says the same thing. He's very, like how we were talking about earlier, you get that comfort from him. And you know, like you can tell he doesn't want to do any of it. Like it's not, he wouldn't play knife game, or he's not gonna, you know, play plushies and all this stuff if Elliot wasn't there. He's not gonna play and make videos and stuff. But it's literally amazing. You know, like the love for your child, what you'll do, bro. Like literally, like that guy literally bends over backwards. And you know, I know it's hard because like his Monica and his mom has a boyfriend, right? So he splits his time, and you know, yeah, it's just really cool. Like I really have a lot of respect for his dad, Jan, and like what an effort he makes. Like, you know, money and all that aside, cool cars and all that aside, he literally is like a stand-up dad, which is awesome to see. You know, too many people are not a stand-up parent, and then leave the other parent kind of, you know, with the, I don't want to say burden, but the responsibility of raising kids on their own, which is incredibly difficult, exceedingly more when you're, you know, paying for stuff that's, you know, more and more expensive. Hey, AD, welcome back. Welcome back. Yeah, he's a car salesman. He is a car salesman. Yeah, he's I don't know, like sometimes he's on a boat. So I think Elliot has, I think his dad has a boat as well. Nice little, and you can sleep on it and stuff. Like it's not like, you know, when I think of a boat, chat, I think of like an aluminum 16-footer, you know what I mean? Like that's the boat that I'm on, bro. Like that's what I'd be riding on. But you know, his is like with the nice wood and everything like that. It's a very nice boat. I haven't seen him post anything, so it's probably winterized right now, I would assume. But sometimes he'll have, like, he's got some old shorts with him on the boat. He would be like, go check out my boat, go check out my boat. I'm like, all right, let's see it. Yeah. No, he's a very successful car salesman, I'm sure. And actually, Elliot told me that his dad is afflicted with autism as well, which I really didn't think his dad was, but that's what he told me. So, yeah. Pretty amazing, chat. It's amazing what you can do when you put your mind to it, man. You can be a success at virtually anything, really. But, I don't know. He drives me nuts, that little, you know what? But, like, he also warms my heart a lot, you know, like the stuff he says and just how kind-hearted he is. And, yeah, sweet person. Can you ask how old I am? Sure. I usually tell people mid-40s. So I'll be honest, I'm a little bit younger than mid-40s. Okay? That's as far as I'm going to go. We'll say I'm less than 45 and I'm more than 40. I'm right in there. Yeah. It's not that I've, haven't wanted to tell people. In certain circumstances, I already have said, like, if people have Facebook or something, I will totally add you. I don't care. If you're a particular type of person, right? It's just like I had a bunch of weirdos on here before, and they were just literally, they're creepy. Like, I'll give you guys an example, okay? So one time I was telling a story about how my buddies and I went on a football trip, and I said we went and saw, Michigan versus Penn State on the Friday. Then the Saturday we went and saw Cincinnati and Chicago, and then the Monday we saw Washington and the Philadelphia Eagles. And one of my viewers, like, this is how smart, he was a troll, okay? So he would come in and he would just try and aggravate me. And this is how smart this troll was. He actually figured out the date of the game because of the games that I told him, guys. Like, he went in, Google and, like, he must have just been like, like how we were talking about in the mom's basement with, like, the, the collage of cheated pictures, and he's got all these, like, weapons and he throws them at my head. Like, that's what I was, that's what I was freaking feeling. Yeah, I'm not kidding, bro. He figured out the date of the game. It was like 2012 or something. I can't remember when it was. 2010 or something. Like, it was years ago, bro. It was years. Like, to figure it out, like, most people in this chat wouldn't care. Like, why would you go figure it out? Who cares, right? But he just wanted to show me just how, like, how he could pinpoint. So after that and a couple other instances, like, I had one 12-year-old kid from the UK say he was going to come to Canada and, like, not in a nice way. And I was like, bro, like, come on. It's not that serious. We were playing Fortnite. Let's relax a little bit. Absolutely, I will play Fortnite with you, my friend. Absolutely, we can play Fortnite. Of course. But yeah, that's literally, I'm telling you guys, it was sketchy because, like, like, who's going to make the effort to actually figure that out? And the whole reason why he did it is because I said, oh, I can't remember who won that Monday night game. I remembered the other games who won. But I was like, I can't remember that Monday night game. And he went and figured it out just to show me how, like, I don't know, whatever. And, like, honestly, there was a bit more than that. Obviously, we're not going to really get in depth about all the weirdness and all this. But, like, after a few people said things to me, I was just like, wow, dude, like, you guys care too much about little insignificant things. And the thing I'm more concerned with is not, like, somebody coming to my door or showing up here. Like, not at all. It's more the raiding and the police calling. Sounds like the level of stalking I would do. Oh, I appreciate that, AD. I get it a lot. I get a lot younger. Like, if you guys saw me and I didn't have a beard, you wouldn't probably suspect me of being my age. I definitely look a little bit younger, but I appreciate that, man. Thanks. Honestly, it starts to mean a lot to you when you're older. You're like, yeah, dude, like, if somebody said I was the same age, I'd be offended at this point. I'd be like, who do you think you are? This sounds like the level of stalking I would do. But, like, I don't know, bro. Like, I'm just not, I'm old school, right? Like, I would just talk to people, or, like, if we had to box or something, we could box. That's okay. Like, I don't care. Like, I'm not, and if you might win or I might win, and I'm not going to hold a grudge against you. Like, a lot of the people I fought growing up, we became friends afterwards. We had respect for each other. You know what I mean? I can confirm what she says. That's hilarious. But yeah, I'm old school that way. I'm just not, like, I'm not saying I'm, like, a violent person or anything like that, because, like, I'm not professing to, this was years ago anyways. I'm a different person now. But if somebody came to my house, I wouldn't really, like, I wouldn't care. Like, I literally wouldn't care. But what I would be concerned with is somebody, like, calling the police and raiding my house. I have had experiences, not per se with me, but that used to happen to my sibling. She used to get a lot of different prank calls and stuff because of social media and stuff like that. So I had to deal with the police and different things of that nature as a result, and it's just not something, that I want it to happen to me, and I know people would do it. Like, I could tell if you're gonna go and look up and figure out exactly what the score was in the game because of 3 games that I told you, bro, and just the other things that people did in here, it was like they would make multiple accounts. Like one guy from England made 7 accounts in one day. 7. You know, and he's just a kid, right? Like, he's harmless, but you know, that kid's gonna grow up, and I hope that he grows up, but he might not. You know, so and you know, he had some very interesting things to say to me. 7, I promise you. Maddie knows. Maddie was getting annoyed by it. Maddie kept deleting it or something, or one of my mods was getting really annoyed by it. Yeah, I'm not kidding. 7. Duck 1, Duck 2, Duck 3, and the thing is, AD, he already had 2 accounts prior, so he was trying to make it like he was 2 different people. That's where it all annoyed me to start. Just to be honest with you guys. It all started because he had 2 different Fortnite accounts, and he would pretend, and 2 different YouTube accounts, and he would pretend he would come in, and he was taking a piss, you know, as the English say, right? And he would come in on his Duck 1 account, and then he came in on a different account, and let's say its name was Mark, right? And then he goes to Duck 1 goes to Mark, hey Mark, you should make a Duck account, change your name to Duck. So then he just goes, oh, okay. So then he came in on Duck 2, we'll say, okay? So, unbeknownst to me, because I don't know, I'm just playing Fortnite with kids. Like, what do I know, right? And people, like, not necessarily always kids, but mostly kids. What do I know? I don't know. Duck 1, Duck 2, I don't care. So then he started making all these other, like, you know, he'd always be like, quack, and he'd always say all this stuff. And I was like, okay, whatever. He's spamming quack. I don't care. And then it became more where he wanted everybody else to start making Duck 3, Duck 4, because he wanted this Duck army he was talking about. And I was like, whatever, dude. He seems crazy, but, like, you know, I'm crazy. Like, everybody's crazy. Like, I'm not, like, completely sane here, people. Like, who am I to judge, right? And then he came into chat, and he would talk to me, and then on Duck 1, and then he would leave, and then come on Duck 2, right? And then he would go, where's Duck 1? And I was like, oh, dude, at first I was like, oh, you just missed him, bro. Because, again, unbeknownst to me, I don't know this kid's doing this. And it kept happening. It was like an old, really bad, poorly done show from the 90s. Like, you know, I remember they used to do this type of thing. And it was just giving him, you know, amusement, I guess, right? And he was also the one who lied to me and said he was from London, but he had this Scouser accent, and I finally called him out, and I said, hey, dude, like, that's how it started, because I said, hey, dude, you're not from London, or you were born in the north, so let's be real. And then he goes, no, well, one of my parents is Scottish. So I'm like, okay, so sometimes you sound Scottish, and sometimes you sound English? Like, no, come on. If he was on computer, he used both. He would. He would come in on both, because that's the thing. He wouldn't just always do what I'm saying. He would come in and talk on both. And it sucks because eventually I probably lost like 3 or 4 subs. I don't know how many accounts he had, but like it started to annoy me, and it started to annoy some of my viewers. Like Doyle, for example, who's very level-headed and an adult. He saw it. He saw what was going on, and I was like, Doyle, like, what do you think about it? And Doyle was like, yeah, I've been watching that. And he's like, I know. He's like, you're right. There's no question about it. He's like, he's just literally being a troll. And I was like, whatever, you know. I know a lot of people had multiple accounts. They were trying to promote, you know what I mean? Like, it's normal for people that with YouTube accounts. And I just kind of said to everybody, I said, hey, if you have multiple accounts, just let me know. I don't care, you know. Like, I'm AD. Next level threads. There, I subbed you, bro. Yeah, so this is a different account, obviously, right? Yeah, see, and so like eventually I just tried to say to him, like, hey, let's just put it out in the open. Like, I just don't want you to think that you're fooling me or fooling any of the viewers who actually know what's going on. Gotcha. Yeah, that was you. Right on, right on. Well, hey, sub to everybody on your other account. Why not? But yeah, you know, it wasn't even a big deal. Like, I wasn't like, you know, even bent out of shape about it. I was like, let's look. Just, I feel like you're just like being silly, and you're treating me like a child, and you know, I wasn't born yesterday, and I certainly didn't fall off the turnip truck. One of my friend's dads used to say that, okay? I didn't fall off the turnip truck yesterday, you know? And you don't want to be fooled and treated like an idiot. Like, nobody does. And I was just told him that. I just said, like, dude, just, can you cut it out? And then he was like, no, it's not like that. And I was like, okay, you can't just be honest. I'm calling you out, you know? I'm drawing on you, you know? When I draw on you, chat, I shoot from the hip. And it's up to all of you on whether I aim for the heart or the head, because I always aim for people's hearts. But, you know, fools like that make me blow their head off, and I will gladly oblige their request, unfortunately. Mainly for... Fair enough. You know what, bro, I have 2 accounts as well. I haven't subbed to you guys on them. I just don't use my tablet a lot, and it's on my tablet. But I have 2. I have 2 as well. Yeah, could have reported. You know, I'm not. You know, it's just, it was, bro. AD, it was never that serious. Like, it was never like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't. You know. And here's the thing. I'm an understanding person. I try to be. And when we're talking about somebody who's 1/3 my age or even less, like, I'm gonna look at things differently. Like, if this was an adult. And some people have the mentality or the intelligence of someone young as well. There, you know, I've learned a lot from doing this, being exposed to so many people. Everybody has a wide range or, you know, varying intelligence, and just some people have ailments, bro, and they can't help it. You know what I mean? Some people literally, they can't help what they're doing. So, you know, it is what it is. It sucked because, you know, we used to play, right? And then he started doing some weird stuff in Fortnite. You know what I mean? He started, like, just playing weird, you know? But yeah. An adult is kind of crazy, but again, keep in mind, not everybody has the mental capacity. Like, let's say you're 21 years old. You could be stuck mentally as a 12-year-old forever, bro. You know what I mean? Just based off, you know, some people would say God, or, you know, you could have bumped your head as a kid or just been born that way, right? So it's like, I try and be understanding of that, man. Not everybody has, you know, the same skill sets or intelligence or, you know, whatever. You don't, like, I don't know, man. I try not to be, I always say now in my old age, I try not to be the judge, the jury, or the executioner. You know, I for my whole life, I think I have been pointing the finger at everybody else and saying, oh, why do they do this? Or, you know, why don't you do that? And, like, now I still try and, you know, direct people in the right way and stuff. That's it, man. They might have some issues, right? I remember seeing this PhD saying that some people who experience incredibly, like, traumatic experiences, guys, like, I'm talking about, you know, the worst of the worst type of stuff. When you're attacked as a kid, let's say physically or mentally, right? You can stay that age forever, bro. Like, maturity wise, I've seen a doctor say that. So, you know, you never know what people are going through or what they went through, and who am I to, you know. I just try and distance myself from people like that, you know. I don't want that type of aura, or I don't want, you know. I think a lot of it was pride too, is like, I feel like I'm an intelligent person, and then if people treat me stupid or treat me like an idiot, I get offended by that. And I think maybe I should have just been like, hey, you know, maybe this kid's got something wrong with him, that it's, you know, propagating him to do this, and this gives him some enjoyment. And, you know, again, you never know what he's gone through, bro. Who knows what his family's like, or the people who are raising him. You never know. They're certainly probably not like my family. And that's why I am the way I am, man. I try and be, like, caring, compassionate. I really do. Doesn't always work that way. But,
let's move.
You know, I definitely preach to the choir. I'm the preacher, you know? And the choir's like, shut up, bro. You're no better than us, pastor. This is pretty chill music, I must say, bro. And wow, 6 of you are sitting here listening to me talk. Do you guys want to hear another crazy story? I'll tell you an even crazier story if you want. That happened in my chat. This is kind of wild. Let me know if I'm babbling too much about foolishness, but if you guys want to hear it, I'll gladly tell you. It's really crazy, actually. And again, it's part of the reason why I try not to. I don't want people to know where I'm at, just because I feel like they would come after me, just for silly little foolishness, the tiniest little foolishness. Before I think you said aura. Yeah, yeah. People have an energy, bro. People have an energy, and like it'll bring you down. Like, let's say somebody's having a bad day, right? And they say something, like my ex-girlfriend. She said something to me earlier because somebody said something to her and got her going. And all I said was, hey, try some vitamin C because she's not feeling well, right? Try some liquids and maybe get a little bit more sleep, get a little bit more rest, which is hard as a single mom, right? Like, so she snapped back a little bit, but it was because somebody had said something to her. So now, I could be snappy too with everybody here, and that might bring everybody else's mood down, right? But, people leave, obviously. They'll be like, shut up, dude, I don't want to deal with that. But in the same token, it just, it maybe draws people down. Maybe people have a good energy, like, great, you're having a great day. Somebody's mean to you. It's like, you can't tell me if you care about them or like they're close to you or something, they have an effect on you, it's going to have an effect on you. So, but yeah, I feel like people have aura, people have, energy, and they can really, it bounces around. My grandmother used to say that about gold. She would always have me wear a gold chain, that's why I still wear one today. I've always wore one. And I would break them, and let's hear it. Okay. And I would break them, and she'd always make me have another one. And she told me that gold had a power. And she explained to me that she had come from the old country, right? So like having gold rings or gold bracelet, she said, that can like help you escape, right? Like it can give you food, and it's something you can keep on you. Like if you think about it, if your house burns down, what, like to a crisp, what do you have left, guys? Right? And she told me that gold had a power, and it wasn't until years later when, I was reading and stuff that gold in fact did have a power. But my grandmother was one of those, like,
We gotta move.
She didn't have a crystal ball, but she wore the little bandana, little lady, and she was obviously wise beyond her years just through, life. Yeah. But yeah, oh, maybe I need a tea. You do need a tea. Okay, so here's the story. Okay, this is crazy. This is actually crazy. So, and you gotta understand the context of it. Okay, so before I had a lot more people in my channel. And I had a lot more women. So with the young women, like I'll be honest with you guys, I posted a picture of when I was jacked and working out on my YouTube. And people were like, yo, and I posted another one that was like when I had cancer and I had no eyebrows or eyelashes and my head was like swelled up. So like people were like, for both those pictures, they were like, oh, like it's photoshopped, and I got a lot of hate from it, okay? Like hey, Ruthless, welcome back. I got a lot of hate from it, from both of them. Some people were trying to ascertain that I was using the cancer picture as like it was a fake picture to gain views and sympathy and empathy and pity and, pardon me, whatever. So, with all the bad negativity, right? Like obviously some women were like, oh, hey, you're jacked, right? And like, whatever. Like at the time I was not, I mean now, yes, a little bit, but at the time I was, right? Like I said earlier, I was 217 pounds. Like I was working out, eating right. Like I was on a mission. I just had 2 different cancers. And it helped that I was 200 and something pounds to start, right? So I had this bulky frame. And I wasn't really happy with myself. It's like the opposite of what I am now. I'm a little bit skinny. Not so much now. I've kind of gotten back to where I am. But anyways, I'm babbling and I digress. But so I got a lot. You could tell in the YouTube analytics how much men or women are in your channel. I have, I think, 22% now. At the time it was like 30 something percent, 35. So quite a bit more women. And with those women came a lot of men who were chasing them, right? So there was a group of women, like shouldn't say a group, but there was a few women that were like actively trying to date, right? They're 20-year-old kids, like young people. Sorry, Ruthless, I didn't mean to say kids. 20-year-old young individuals, adolescents, just, and they're looking to date, and that's great. Whatever, I don't care. But it also drew in a lot of like weird men as a result that were chasing said women, right? So I had this like plethora of like and Ruthless remembers, because Ruthless was actually around when this. Yeah, wait till you hear the story. Wait till you hear the story. Ruthless was around, so Ruthless and Doyle and a few of these people know exactly what I'm talking about. You're good, bro. But yeah, so basically, some of these women were actively looking for men, and some of these weird men were like weird. Like the women were just normal, okay, but the men were literally like creepers, okay. So one guy would come in on multiple accounts, again, another multiple account guy, and he would be like, he was like, oh, hey, how's it going, so and so. I'm not going to say the name, okay? And he was like, oh, hey, how's it going, so and so. And she's like, right away, because she's looking for a boyfriend. She would be like, how old are you? Oh, sorry, you're too young. We can talk, but not like in a type of way, right? Like sexual type of way or relationship type of way. So Buddy's like, oh yeah, cool, whatever, right? And this guy was cool. There was nothing like wrong with him, but he was just like obviously put off that happened. So he comes back in. He goes, oh, my brother's gonna come online, right? It was almost like Duck. It was almost like a Duck kid, right? And he goes, oh, my brother's gonna come online. And guess what? He's 21, and this young lady was 20 years old, right? So now this white kid leaves, right? Little Caucasian kid, and now his brother, who was like, like a strapping African American 20-year-old. I don't mean to laugh, but that was his brother, okay, guys? So he obviously went on a different account, and then he's like, oh, let's exchange emails and whatever, right? And I don't know what happened beyond that, right? Like I really, really don't know. They started arguing. When did this happen? When I was first streaming, Piper. It was, you can literally go back all of my stuff, when I overreacted like at first I was definitely a little bit of a different YouTuber, let's say, with people. But you could go back and you could literally watch these things. It's like a soap opera. I should try and find whereabouts it was, and I can tell you. So then you got to hear this, Piper, and you got to hear this, Fizz, and you already know what happened. You hope nothing bad happened? I don't think anything bad happened did. Like, it wasn't super bad, but just hear me out, okay? So hear me out, and it's, hey, what's up, Saint? Welcome back. You got to hear this. So basically what happened was something happened between those two. I don't really know what it was. And obviously he disappeared. And then now new men, like different men, came in. So I'm assuming, one can only assume, he probably made a new account, right? And he would kind of come in and be like, hey, what's up? And she was still like looking for love, which that's fine. I don't care. Like, do your thing, right? And then it was so weird because they all kind of disappeared from my stream, right? So they all sort of disappeared. Like, a lot of these people, they're like, I'm quitting YouTube, right? So it wasn't necessarily like I did something, but they would like quit YouTube and then come back on a different account and just lurk, right? Took my #1 spot, Fizz. Nice. So they would come back and lurk. So months and months later, guys, okay, I swear to God, imagine this. Months and months later, he was colorblind. Months and months later, I finally was like, I'm going to talk about this because like it was so weird of a situation, right? That it all happened, and Buddy had multiple accounts. Like he had like J1, J2, J3, J5, like just so many accounts. And then he was like this other guy too, I think, who knows? Anyways, I swear to God on my life, this guy hadn't said anything in months, okay? He hadn't said a word in months, guys. And I'm telling the story, and I didn't say any names, I didn't say anything about who it was because I didn't want to put them specifically on blast. Like, even if me and you have an argument tomorrow or you do something weird, I'm not going to say, oh, hey, Piper was doing this. I would just say, oh, this person. Like, I keep it very, like, vague, so, you know, only you would really know, or people who are around. And I swear to God, guys, this guy didn't say anything for months, and this Jay guy goes, hey, bro, how's it going? As I'm freaking telling the story, I almost just swore. As I'm telling the story, and I didn't say it for months, guys. He didn't come around. Like, he was literally just waiting for her to come back into my stream. And he's like, hey, bro, and then I never saw him again. So just because I brought that up, like, literally a month and a half or 2 months later, he was, like, sitting there waiting for her to come back, and she never really did. And then like a bit later, she came back to the stream. She ended up coming back under a different alias or whatever you want to call it, right? And she was like, hey, and I was like, oh my God, were you sitting in here the whole time too? Because, like, I just don't know, right? Because YouTube doesn't tell you who's lurking. They really don't tell you, bro. So it's like, oh, thanks, dude. Thanks, dude. I appreciate it. You know, honestly, like, I've been pretty blessed. Like, I've been really, really blessed with, you know, like, life experiences, really, you know. I started working with my dad very young, so, you know, I was on a construction site learning to mud and tape, and then I was, you know, painting. Yeah, I'm telling you, honestly, it doesn't sound as crazy as it is, but you gotta understand. You have to understand, literally, it was months, and the guy was just sitting there. He was literally just sitting there waiting. And then as I'm telling the story, because I was like, I don't even want to tell the story, because I was like, this is so weird, like, you guys were dating, then you went on a different account, you were pretending to be an African American dude when I know you were the same dude, like it was a 12 or 13-year-old kid. So, like, you know, like, I mean, it's what it was going on was illegal, right? And then I was thinking in my head, is there a bunch of people who pretend that they're 21 years old or adults that are obviously not? And I'm like, whoa, bro. Like, it made me start thinking way too much about YouTube and things. Do you want me to turn Fizz into a greenie? Fizz, do you want to be green? I'm telling you, Piper, it was the creepiest, weirdest thing ever. You like the blue? Hey, fair enough. Keep it. Keep it. But I'm telling you, it was literally so creepy because it was just like he waited so long, and the second I said that, like, he might still be in here now. Who knows? Who knows? You know, he might just be sitting there waiting for me to talk about the story again. I never wanted to talk about it again. I never wanted to talk about it again. Because it was like, it was just weird because, like, I can't prove that was him. He said it was his brother. Like, what do I know? And, like, the amount of dudes that were chasing this young lady around, like, it was crazy, boys. And it's funny because if Doyle was in here, he would have said something. Doyle would have been like, oh, I remember that. Oh, I remember that, bud. Because Doyle knows, because, you know, she was looking for attention, chat, and she was, like, you know, twerking for young viewers, and she was just doing everything she could to try and, you know, get love, I guess. I don't know. Second is honorable. Very honorable. Very honorable. I mean, like, the thing is, Fizz, I know what you're saying. I know what it means. The thing is, having a support stream, it's difficult, right? Because if I have it all, you know, I can do it a different way, right? But I don't really know how to plug people and all that, and that's what I'd have to do, obviously. I know being a mod, you're supposed to be around and trust them and all that. I have had issues with mods before. I took away everybody's mod except for, like, Doyle and Ruthless and a few people. Like, I'm sure Ruthless remembers. I'm sure Ruthless honestly remembers. And the problem with having everyone as mod too, Fizz, and you probably realize this, is like there's not really an incentive to be a member because then you're, you know, like you're losing your mod and getting green. I'm inking Barbarians of the North on my leg, setting up the shop right now. What you're doing it yourself? Yeah, that'd be cool. That'd be cool. I mean, it's, you know, it's weird because, like, the thing is, I don't want to, you know, here's the other thing, Fizz. So
we gotta move.
The problem is, and maybe you can understand and empathize when I explain it this way. So a lot of people that I took away mod, because like I didn't know, this is what happened, guys. So I blocked somebody, and one of my mods unblocked them. I didn't even know you could do that, right? So that's when I unmodded almost everybody, like Ruthless and a couple of people, and like Doyle and my like people who I knew were the only people that like were mods or could mod somebody, right? And even Elliot, sometimes he deletes people's messages because he's jealous or he wants to talk and I'm not. If I don't talk to Elliot every 5 seconds, you see what he says, CD, CD, CD. So I have problems with that. But here's the issue, Fizz, and you could maybe understand once I explain it. The problem with giving everybody mod is now if I take it away, people are offended. They're like, they feel like they did something wrong. And the funny thing is, I'll tell you something from my own personal experiences about, I'm not going to say who it is, but another individual had the same issues as me, and he took away mod from everybody. And when I went in there and I said something, I was like, why did I lose mod? I don't know, right? So I see, Fizz, I'm telling you, bro, that's not the case. I promise you. I promise you, because it happened once. Yeah, typically people like they may understand, like certain individuals would, certain individuals would. But I'm telling you, some people will be sort of, they'll be they're inherently offended because they're like, I didn't do anything wrong, and it sucks because certain people, like, they can ban, they can do like whatever, right? Like the thing is, I've had a few even, I have 3 of the higher level, whatever it is, I don't even know what it's called, managing mods or whatever. And like, Doyle was one of my managing mods. My ex-girlfriend's one of my managing mods. But you're really fussy with it? Yeah, no, I totally understand, bro. I totally understand. I do like being a greenie, but I miss being the mod. Well, I mean, I can always make you a mod whenever you want, Ruthless. It's not a big deal. The wrench giveth you powers. Yeah, I mean, you can, like, the thing is, Mr. T, the only people that you can, I want to do a webcam, bro. I definitely want to do a webcam. I should. But the only thing about the wrench is, like, you guys can't really do anything to each other. You could ban or block or whatever, time people out who are new. The reason why I give the mod out, Mr. T, is just it makes it easier for people to just sub to each other. But I haven't, honestly, Fizz, I haven't really had a problem with it. I really haven't had a problem since I came back. I think the trolls kind of went away, oddly enough. And I mean, essentially all I'd have to do is go into my computer and just, yeah. Not one littlest clue. Yeah, I don't blame you, Fizz, for being fussy with the wrench, because the thing is, at the end of the day, like, I totally agree that the wrench should only be given to people who, like, let's say, Elliot or Ruthless or certain people, but then what happens is other people are like, oh, like, why don't I get the wrench? And, like, especially when you have a younger, you can just say it to them, but, like, younger people don't really, they just, like, whatever. It's tough. It's tough to take away. It's like almost like this, guys. Imagine being in a job, you get promoted, and imagine someone saying, oh yeah, that promotion that you got, you're the manager, you're not the manager anymore. You're not getting that money, you're not getting that power or whatever. And like, let's say you didn't do anything wrong. It's just by the nature of circumstances, you're going to be inertly like angered by it. It's like that. It's going to be like that. You don't get the wrench because it's my channel. Hey, that's fair. That's fair, bro. Hey, cats. Doing chores? So you're listening? Right on, right on. Yeah, everybody sub to cats. Cats is very, very new. Thank you for joining, Cats. Are you doing like 8,000 cats today and dogs? 15 likes. I know, bro. That's honestly like, guys, that's pretty high for me. Thank you, Dex Level. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, honestly, 15 likes. Like, I see a lot of other people, like, you know, Fizz and Piper. They had like 20 something likes. I'm not gonna lie, I was jealous. I was like, I never get that. But honestly, 15 for me is great. That's really, 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 really high. Don't kick me out, Ruthless. Oh, I missed what you said. I mean, you can if you want, sure. Yeah, I just read your message. There's one person in here that you never want to see again. Yeah, say it. I don't care. If you want.
We gotta move.
All litter trays done. But yeah, we're just, honestly, it's been a really cool stream. It's been really, really chill. Ruthless don't like me already because I'm not green. No, it's got to be Saint. No. No, it'll be, I think I have a good idea who it is. It's probably somebody from before. It's probably one of the people from the group that, because I met Ruthless, and I met Doyle through some other streams like a long, long time ago, guys. They are like the OGs of my stream. I met them through another autistic kid who I co-streamed with, Jace. He's a really, really cool kid, 17 years old, from the United States, and also from Spencer's stream. This other guy, he looks like, I hate to say it, but he looks like McLovin. He would make me laugh. And you know what's funny, guys? You know how Doyle's name is O'Doyle Rules? Well, this guy can't say rules, so he calls him Lewis. And he can't say O'Doyle. He can't say O'Doyle, and he can't say rules, so he goes Lewis, you know, because he kind of rolls his R's or W's or whatever. But we met through that guy's stream. And I'll be quite honest, like I found the guy entertaining. He was funny. He had an attitude, like he would take what you say the wrong way. Like I'd be joking around and he'd think I'm like saying something nasty or saying something wrong or something. And I was like, bro, I'm kidding around. But it was funny because he'd like, sometimes like he'd time me out or something like that. But I had a really fun time, like just sitting in his stream because he was just entertaining. He literally reminded me, animal stuff. Nice. Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, no, that makes sense, Ruthless. That's all good. I know what you mean. Listen, I unblocked him just because he is a kid, so I feel like, and he said sorry. Like I can appreciate if somebody says sorry. I understand that he was annoying me too that day, bro. And the thing is, it's funny because Ruthless very rarely gets annoyed with people. Like he spends a lot of time in here, and we play with a lot of different people as a result. And like I think Ruthless, part of it is that I was getting annoyed, and then you always have my back. But don't sweat it. If he does anything else, just tell me, Ruthless. He's gone. You know, I want to give people a second chance. You know, I really do. So you know, it is what it is. Oh yeah, cheers. But yeah, just let me know, Ruthless, because I understand. Like, you know, sometimes he was trying to, you know. He was trying to run somebody over off the cliff too, so you know, you're gonna get that, bro. Like it's annoying, I know, but I try and keep an eye out for it, right? Like I try and see those people, and you know, like I said, I'll give him a second chance, right? I unblocked him, but if he ever does, I told him if he ever does anything again to try and ruin the game for everybody, he's gone. Like there's no question about it. Oh my God, I'm so sorry, cats. I hadn't even subbed to you. What a bad host I am. What a bad host. I mean, in my defense, you did just kind of come here recently, but still, I think you've been in here twice, and I don't know. I think I just thought I was already subbed to you. You know what it was too, cats? Is I'm almost positive I've seen you in a different stream too. Like which group did I meet you from? Like I'm gonna guess it's like the Dueno group. You got 43 likes on your short? Wait, Kat, which language is this? Is this Japanese? Korean? Maybe Chinese? That is a cute cat though, holy. And I want to ask you something, Cats. How long have you been doing YouTube? Because you have 1.17k subs and you have 1.2k videos, so you must have been doing this for a long time. That's what I mean, chat. Like to have over 1,000 subs, it's a lot of work for most people. Family of 25 cats, 3 dogs, and 2 humans. Oh my gosh. Princess Mary, aka Trouble. I love people's bios. I need a better bio. I need a better bio. Nah. Lots of fat lips that want me out. Yeah. That's funny. But yeah, no, that's awesome that you guys are connecting, bro. Thank you guys so much. That's what this stream is all about. And me playing video games sometimes, you know. Do a little bit of that. Fizz, I'm giving you a chance to turn into a greenie. Don't bully him. I'm giving you a chance. Oh, 2 passed away. I'm sorry to hear that. Aw, man. Some of your shorts have Chinese. A lot of viewers in China, Korea. That's so you're not even actually Chinese, and you just like translate that, or are you Chinese? Because like you know, it's either Cantonese or Mandarin, right? But that's crazy if you're not Chinese and you just like adhere to some of your viewers. That's super cool. That's so smart. I'm reading a book about anti-gravity. It's impossible to put down. That's a good joke. That's a good joke. And if not Fizz, I turn Ruthless. Yeah, Ruthless is a little bit evil. He prides himself on being a bit evil. You know, Ruthless, the gifted bestie, it's hard to see you as ruthless, you know? Or evil. You're the gifted bestie. Oh, you've been on since 2016. I only started streaming 4 years on and off. The last 18 months? Wow, well, good for you. Good for you. You're Irish. You use Google Translate. Wow. The news was hard to hear. Alright, he's got some good jokes, chat. He's got some good jokes. 1 second, I have an idea. Alright, let's hear your idea. But yeah, I totally agree with what you're saying, Ruthless. Trust me, I'm keeping a keen eye on Batman and his behavior. Because, I don't typically give people second chances. I'm giving Noah a second chance because I really like Maddie. That's why I'm doing it. was time consuming. I'm completely ruthless now. Yeah, I mean, now people are going to be confused. When they see you, they're going to be like, is this the gifted bestie or just ruthless Riley? AD's got some good jokes, chat. Pretty good jokes. Pardon me. Cats, what's your favorite movie? If you have, you know, don't tell me your favorite theater isn't Cats either. It's got to be, right? A play or whatever. But yeah, thank you guys so much for joining, man. Check out some, shorts for people. It will really help. Throw them a like. Even if it's, I always tell people, even if it's a negative comment, I don't care. Throw a negative comment on there. It still helps my algorithm. It will tell YouTube that people are engaging, spending time on my channel and doing something. I don't care, Say something nasty. Trust me, it's not gonna bother me. Like, it'll bother me for about 10 seconds, and then I'll be like, oh yeah, that's right. It's an internet weirdo. Goodbye. And the beauty is you can delete it if you don't like it. If it's really offensive and you don't really want it there, then you just get rid of it anyways. But chances are, honestly, if somebody said something nasty, I wouldn't even care. I'd be like, yeah, cool. Thank you. Now 10 more people. Like, every time I got a like or even nasty comment, like, I would make shorts about my ex-girlfriend's son. He's a really good Fortnite player, right? And I said, world's best 8-year-old, right? And it was just a catchy title, right? And it got 1,900 views. It's my most viewed short. So, and I'd have people come in there and say, oh, he's not the best or whatever, I'm better than you. And I was like, it's not even me. At least you'll know who I am. I do know who you are. Well, I mean, bro, you literally come in. Ruthless is like we were talking about earlier. He comes in and he always says, hey, bro, with a smiley face and sunglasses. So, I mean, unless somebody starts doing that. You love Korean TV? With a newbie? No, I'm the newbie, bro. You know what? It's so silly. I bought the Switch and I bought Mario Kart, and like I said, it wasn't for me. Um, yeah, it wasn't for me, and freaking, I haven't played Mario Kart much. I played it a little bit, so I'm the newbie. I'm terrible. Like I don't even think I played online even. But yeah, I think Fizz is streaming, guys. So if you guys want, head over to him and throw him a like. That'll be really helpful early on for him. Yeah, honestly, bro, when you gotta keep it plugged in, I know. 80% done with Mario part or paper. Nice, bro. Nice. Yeah, Piper, thank you so much for joining. I really, really appreciate it. You've hung out here for, what is this, insane amount of time. 16 likes, thank you. There was 8 of you here, which is insane. Like, that's actually insane that I can just do a chill, like, I was going to play the campaign, but I've just been enjoyed talking. But yeah, definitely hit up Fizz's stream, guys. You could literally just click on it and go to a stream and, give him a like. Give him a like. It'll cost you nothing. 20% more? Nice, nice. Do I want to play Fortnite after? Sure, we can play Fortnite, for sure. I think Ruthless wanted to play a little bit of Fortnite, so if we are going to play Fortnite, gentlemen, it's 2 o'clock now. We will have to play it before 4 o'clock, so we have about a 2-hour window that I have left that we can play. And then I will, and I did see you invite yesterday. 65 subs, that's amazing, bro. That's amazing. But yeah, Elliot, sub to Saint, sub to all these fine people, sub to cats and dogs.
Let's move.
Oh, sorry, sub to Piper, and I'm not. The thing I might have said, cats, is just that probably I probably just said like I don't play very much Mario Kart like at all. Like you're not the newbie. I was saying I'm the newbie. Yeah, you will get kicked out if you leave, but that's okay. That's okay. Don't sweat. You'll be lurking now. No problems. No problems. Thank you. I appreciate it though. Yeah, and yeah, everybody sub to Elliot and Jan. This is Elliot's Norwegian channel. Elliot has an English one and a Norwegian one. Am I super good at Mario? You're the best at Mario, bro. Did I see the new Mario movie trailer? No, I didn't, bro. I will have to check that out. I like the old Mario. That was a cool movie. Like, I like the old Mario. Yeah, definitely. No, I want. You know what? I'll grab Night Rain. Okay, I will grab Night Rain. I'll play it with you for sure. Because I was already looking at it. I already saw a couple people. I'm having a brain fart right now about who I saw. But yeah, I can't remember who I saw exactly. But they were playing Night Rain just today, and they're loving it. And I love Souls. I love Elden Ring. I didn't play a lot of Souls games, but I love the whole building your stats up in RPGs with the numbers, and you're min-maxing, trying to figure out, like, do you want a dexterity or strength build, or what type of weapon are you interested in using, a heavy, slow one, or kind of something faster. Like bleed builds, different things like that. I love all that type of stuff where it really gets complicated. But yeah, definitely, guys, if you haven't, go and check out Fizz's stream and just give him a like. Please, please, please. I'm going to do the same thing right now. So if anybody says anything, I will not see it. Says something nasty. I can't see Fizz. Piper isn't online. She's obviously in playing 1 hour. Okay. Sounds good. Sounds good. Um Me not sure what time I go live. Depends on the cats, but usually, really the cats dictate when you go live. It'll be about 4 to 6 hours from now. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, a little late for UK time, anyways. But honestly, those two are Nighthawks, anyways. They're up all night. I love you as a bro. Oh, thanks, cats. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Like honestly, I try and be entertaining, and I try and I don't know, be funny or something sometimes. It's just, I think some of the humor, I got to be careful what I say, obviously, with regards to certain demographics like we've talked about. I got to find out how do I fizz play stuff? Here we go. $291 subs. Why isn't it coming up that he's live? Why is it not coming up that he is live? World's a crazy place right now, yeah. Yeah, I love you as a bro too, man. You are funny. You're hilarious, dude. That's weird that I can't. But yeah, I think that's an important thing, Cats. You gotta be yourself. I try. I'm pretty unique. It keeps redirecting me to this person that it says Fizzy plays Roblox game, and I don't think that's him. I had it originally, but it's not live. Bye, Elliot. Hope you enjoy your dad day, bro. And I'll see you in an hour. We'll play some Fork Night. The Fizzy Show, 7 point something million views. Holy. Yeah, like, it's weird. I don't know what's going on with my YouTube. Let's try this again. Oh, because I put Fizzy, maybe. Do I have a link to their channel? You know what? I'm so bad with links. Here. Maybe if I go to it. How do I link this? Um, yeah, so I'm trying to see if Piper will, you know, yeah, I'm trying to see if Piper will send it. Yeah, she said one sec CD.
gotta move.
Yeah, cool, cool. It's just weird because like I don't know why it's like when I maybe this yeah, there it is, but I don't know, this is him, but I don't know why it's not usually when I go on here it'll just be like live, but now it is. Okay, there we go. I'm his 281 sub. I don't know if you can hear that. Now it's got 8 likes. There we go. I'm there. I'm there, bro. Oh no no, that's 100% was what I was asking for. Thank you so much. No no no, that's what I wanted you to do. No no, I understand and I appreciate you saying that. No 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 no. I was just we were having trouble trying to find it, and I am on my tablet. I couldn't find like I could find him, but I couldn't find his live. Even when I clicked on his thing, it wasn't coming up as that he was live at first. But I think I was on Fizzy Plays stuff or Fizz Plays. I don't know, something else. I was on something wrong. So I think I gave somebody a sub, but I'm his 281 sub, I think, or something like that. I don't know. Or maybe it was 291. Yeah, but no, 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 100%. Thank you so much. Okay, cheers, cheers. Yeah, thanks, Piper. We appreciate you. We just, I just wanted to help him out and support him, and I gave him the 8th like, and I'm sitting here, on my tablet. It's working now, so it's like he's playing some sort of, I don't know, what is this? What kind of game is that? With like a coin and stuff. I don't even know. What is that, a fish? What is that? But yeah, thanks, Piper. I appreciate you. Just wanted to spread the love, spread the support, help out. Cheers, cheers. Yeah, no, definitely go back over, for sure, for sure. I totally understand. But thank you so much, I appreciate it. If I need anything else or if anybody's having an issue, I might come over and just say, hey, can you pop over? And, if we lose the link or something like that. I just want to send some support his way, obviously. I normally don't plug other people's streams as I'm streaming, but, for you guys I will, for sure.
Let's move.
And I mean, for a lot of people, like, Cats is on a computer or AD's on a computer, so I don't think it really matters. They can watch multiple streams and interact and whatever and do whatever. And I mean, like, honestly, you guys have been here for more than long enough that I'm super, super happy about it. Thank you. Do. This actually looks cool what he's doing too. Yeah, I think I'm already subbed to Alhoon. I am. Oh, definitely subbed to Piper. There's no doubt about that. Andy, I think I've gotten them already. Why didn't that happen? Yeah, I am subbed to them already. Cool. Cool, cool. But yeah, thank y'all for joining. You guys are awesome. Killed your phone battery? Yeah, I mean mine, I always, when I start a day that I'm streaming, I always have it charged at 100, and I always periodically plug it in, and it's still, like right now it's at 60, and I've had it plugged in, bro. It's just like that. It's super annoying. My biggest problem is all my phone, my PlayStation, it all runs off the same
Let's move.
cords, right? And I've went through so many of these cords, guys. If I had all the cords, my sister would be like, hey, do you have a block? Hey, do you have a cord? Hey, I give her so much stuff. It's crazy. So Yeah, no worries, no worries. Cheers. Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna probably stay live for a little bit here, just chill, you know. See if anybody else comes in, if anybody wants to talk, whatever. But you know, I honestly, guys, for a chill stream that I was just I don't know, I was gonna play a little bit of games, but I just enjoyed chatting and just shooting the breeze. Like 17 likes is so nice. Thank you guys so much. And yeah, I appreciate it, man. And anybody who else who comes in, they'll sub to you, bro. Because most people know the routine already. I just do it to remind them. Look at 522, bro. And me and you were tied the other day at like 15 or 514. Nice, bro. See, you're getting a few, bro. It'll come. And there's a lot of people too who, like, let's say right now they're at work, you know, they're doing normal stuff. So yeah. It's kind of one of those situations where different times, you know, like for example, Bo, he'll never come in, or Stubborn Woman, they never come in early on my streams. They always come in the afternoon. But they're also like, Stubborn's working. She's a painter. Bo, I'm not really sure his circumstances of employment, but he also lives in Texas, which is 3 hours behind, I believe. Yeah, yeah. You know, honestly, it started 4 hours ago, bro. And you know, like that's the funny thing. Nice, we're at 18. Cheers, cheers. You're here early because you're homeschooled. So how do you like homeschooling? I've always wondered about that. Like, how does that work? Do you get given work? Like, how does that? Let me know. How does that work? Like, teachers send you work, or your parents mark your work? Like, how does that work? So many kids are homeschooled now, bro. Be right back, taking food to, I can't see because the heart, to cats. Okay, of course. I should have known, to the cats. Okay, no problem, no problem. Take your time. I'm actually going to be right back too, guys. I'm going to take a couple minute time out. I haven't done this in a couple minutes, so yeah, I'm going to go to the bathroom and do normal stuff. Be right back. There has to be a reason, right? Are you in the country or something? You know, like in the kind of in the sticks as probably people from Norway are like, oh, okay, let's see who Elliot from Norway is, and then they might watch. But I mean, that's the odd one, two people, guys. Like it's literally Elliot on multiple accounts. He just is in here all the time. But you are the GOAT, yeah. I appreciate it, dude. That's why I always tell you, you don't need to buy me anything. You don't need to gift me. You don't need to, don't steal your dad's credit card for God's sakes. Please don't do that and don't use this credit card anymore. I always tell you, bro, you don't need to do nothing. Like you come in here and do more than enough. We're bros. You're like my favorite European. And my family's from there, bro. Isn't that crazy? Can you imagine if they heard that? They'd be offended. Naturally. But yeah, you are the GOAT. But yeah, I understand, AD. Well, that's good that you got away from that, bro. You know what I mean? It's good. That's very, very good. Yeah, okay, you know, high school can be tough too. There's like a lot of, there's like a lot of pressure and I don't know. So when you said this private server, is this must be Steal a Brain Rot? I'm guessing. Is that the private server that you're talking about? Yeah, you know, honestly, bro, life is too short to get involved with stupid stuff like that. Before you know it, tons of pressure, bro. Pressure to conform. You gotta wear Jordans, you gotta wear this, you gotta do that, you gotta be big and strong if you're a man, skinny and whatever if you're a woman, and just a whole bunch of plethora of stuff that you don't need to do. Like, you are unique, you're an individual, you're gonna be yourself, and try and be yourself, bro. Find out who that is. I think life is all about really essentially just trying to find out who you are. Like, who am I really? What, and then, because a lot of people they define life by having a purpose, let's say, right? And I don't really know what the other purpose is other than to just breathe air, eat food, drink drinks, because like water mostly, because that's what you need to survive, which is reminding me right now, drink water. But you just try and find yourself out there, bro. who you are, what you want to do. Try and find something that you enjoy. I always try and encourage young people to do that because there's a big difference between having, like, doing what Cats does. Hey, Ruthos, welcome back. There's a big difference between Cats, you know, I don't want to speak for them. I don't even know if it's a guy or a girl, but Cats obviously has a passion for animals and a lot of rescues, and then has now incorporated that into a channel which makes money, which is cool in my opinion because they can do something that they enjoy, that they are passionate, that they love. Like, this person goes to work every day and enjoys it, right? Like, you don't have 31 cats, bro, and all those litters if you don't love it. An old girl, gotcha. Well, you know, I'm an old dude, you know. And then, you know, I feel sorry. You said in your bio that it's like you're a couple, so obviously you're married. I feel sorry for your husband, bro. He is quite the man. He, like, I don't think he wants 31 cats, but he's just like, yeah, okay, honey. He's like the old school happy wife, happy life. Cats ran with that slogan. But, you know, like, I highly encourage you, AD, to find, like, you know, whatever it is, bro. Like, I don't know. Find your place in life, you know? Whether it's a lawyer or a doctor, and it doesn't have to be something fantastic like that. You could be like, I don't know. Work for the city, be a civil engineer if that's something you enjoy, or an architect if you enjoy drawing and making buildings and creating things like that. He's worse than you? Oh, he's like the vet, really? Oh my god. So you guys were like kindred spirits then. You guys were a perfect match made in cat heaven and dog heaven. Taking him to the vet if they sneeze. That's funny. Okay, that's fair. I can see. Hey, I can see why you guys jive together. Do you want to say how long you guys have been married? I'm always interested in people that, you know, have been married for a very long time. I give them a lot of credit. I have a feeling that Cats and her husband have been married for some time, I would imagine. Some cats do wake up in the middle of the night. I had a Maine Coon, and she would wake me up all the time, AD. Cats, I'm sure, would know better than me, but I promise you, my Maine Coon, it would be purring right in front of my face, chat. It was a 20-pound cat, so at like 3 or 4 in the morning, every morning, she'd be like right in my face, and I was like, Stella, leave me alone, and I'd pet her to, like, because she wouldn't leave me alone. Like, this cat had a mind of its own, people. It was like a dog. You know how some dogs have a personality, people say? This cat had a freaking, like, she would catch bats, lots of insects. Like, there was never a fly or never a spider or anything that lived in my house, guys. Never. Like, never. And if it did, this is what my cat would do. At one time, I would bring, like, some outdoor horticulture into my house, right? And it'd be a big pile of, you know, bush from the outside, and my cat would walk around it in circles because she already knew from the past, oh, this stuff is outside, so it means potato bugs, ladybugs, flies, you know, little slugs, anything, bro. She hunts them down, chat. She plays with it, kills it, eats it, and then cries. And I'm like, bro, Maine Coons are awesome, bro. They're so smart. This cat could open up drawers, chat. One day I was doing the dishes in the kitchen, and all of a sudden I looked down, and the door was open, like the door. Like, I'm like, okay, close it, right? Naturally, like, I don't know if you guys do that, but I closed the door. And then I looked down again, and it's open again. And I thought, is there a freaking ghost in here? What is going on with this? I'm like, what the is going on? And I looked down, and my Maine Coon is like, I close it, and I sat there and watched, because I was like, is this just opening because of, you know, is my house tilting? Like, you know, is the drawer broken? Like, what's going on here? And it was my Maine Coon. She kept clawing at it and pawing at it until she opened it, because that's what she wanted, and then she went in there. I was like, well, I'll be damned. But, you know, I used to throw a bouncy ball, chat, and she used to run and catch it, like, down the stairs, and come back, bring it to me, and drop it. And then she'd be like, meow, 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 and she'd yell at me to throw it again. Like, she told me what was going on. You just hit 775,000 views? Bro, that is crazy, dude. That's huge, man. Holy crap. Well done. I have one that opens microwaves and doors. All doors have extra locks on them. Okay, so you totally understand. Oh, not married together 20 years ish. Oh, well, I mean, trust me, that's marriage, bro. You guys signed up. You till death do you part. I'm sorry. 20 years? Yeah. You got the ring. You already went and took the vows. You don't need a pastor to, put the, you don't need a cake for that. Good for you. 20 years. That's awesome.
We gotta move.
That was 21 years ago. Wow. Oh, wow. That's kind of cool. Very cool. Very cool. Oh, I miss you too, bro. I miss you and Papa. Say hi to Papa. Give him a big hug for me, bro. Tell me he's the best dad ever. Legit. No cap. Let him know. But yeah, bro, that's awesome, Mr. T. 775,000, dude. Cheated I'm on Fortnite? Okay, okay. Well, I'll be hopping on there pretty soon, okay? Ruthless. I think Elliot's gonna be on there and some Elliot and Jan, the best duo. You guys are the best duo, bro.
Let's move.
100%, bro. 100% you're the best duo. Are you kidding me? You're absolutely goated duo. One day, Elliot, you're going to be big like your father. Me and Doyle already know. We can see. Bye. See ya. What a crazy kid he is, man. He's one of a kind. He is one of a kind. He's a unique individual. And I've really had the pleasure of meeting quite a few people, but it's cool because like Elliot and his dad's bond reminds me of my dad and me, like literally, legit. Like my dad is that dude who would like take me to sports, go to work, and ah, bro, that's a nice profile picture. Look at that, you and Papa. That's dope, bro.
We gotta move.
That's like the best, man. 66 subs, chat. On his second channel. That's his second channel. Can I like you on PS5? Yeah. Oh, that's all. You know what, cats? That's all we do. That's all we do. Yeah, I will add you right now. We don't play, like, some people want to play build, but it's not my forte. It's not Ruthless. I don't think is a builder. I don't think Elliot is a builder. Like most of the people that we play with are not builders. Some people want to play build, which is unfortunate because it's just not my thing and I'm not good at it. And they take offense to it a little bit, but I try and let them know like it's really not.
We gotta move.
It's not anything like personal whatsoever. Oh, and Zombie War is installed. Let's go. Okay, how can I add? One sec, guys. One sec. Media, I think? No. There we go. Alright. Is it all caps? But yeah, we also play a little bit of Blitz. Cats, I don't know if you like playing that, but it's pretty fun. It's kind of an easy way to just chill out and relax. It's a little bit less sweaty. Like this season especially is insanely sweaty. There you go. You're online on the PS app. I think I just sent you a message. Or not a message, invite, I believe. I hope that's you. Cats and Dogs 2019. I think so. It's so funny that I actually was going to play and I didn't even play anything. Did I see your text? What did you say? Oh, Okay, okay. Yeah, yeah. So close to 200 subs? Wow. I'm way too old and slow for build. Honestly, build is a whole different battle, bro. Like it's literally it's hard. 3/4 of the way to the million march, no doubt, no doubt. That's dude, that's a crazy amount of views. Like that really is a lot of exposure. You know, like a lot of it, I'm sure, is the shorts, and they pop off, right? But at the same token, it is like it's exposing your channel to so many more eyes, right? So like that's really what you want to do. Like that's literally maybe comment your video. Okay. You got a new Lego set today, Ruthless? Tell us about it. What is it? What is it, bro? And how expensive was it? Lego guys, have you seen the price of Lego? Like it's like, are these things made out of diamonds and gold? Especially if it's like something popular like Minecraft or anything like that, even used. I went to go and buy a used Lego set just for, my friend's kid because I was like, oh, this will be cool. He can play with it, like it's not like a video game. Even though I play a lot of video games, I try and, encourage kids to not play all the time, right? Like do other stuff, build with your hands, a little creativity. I don't know. I'm old, right? So I used to like you give me like a shovel and dirt and I'd make something out of that. You know what I mean? I'd make a little fort out of it or something. Or like back in the day we used to take our couches, flip them over, put a blanket over it, and that was my fort, bro. Put the pillows in there. My parents used to come and be like, "What are you doing?" And I'd be like, pop out with a like fake machine gun and shoot them. My dad, my dad is the security for me. He's the boss. Yeah, yeah, he is the security. He's definitely the security. Maybe comment later. Yeah, I mean, I can definitely comment later for sure, bro. For sure, for sure. eBay for Lego. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. That makes sense. That legit makes sense for sure. Oh, you're building the actual game console? Like which? Oh, Game Boy console. Oh, I was gonna ask you which game because I didn't read Game Boy because I was like game console. Game Boy console out of Legos, dope, bro. Ruthless. Will you put a short of that once you're done it? You should do like a before and after. No offense, but back in the day, no, none taken. Trust me. No, trust me, none taken. Trust me. One day, my friend, you will say the same thing. Maybe. It was actually only 59.97. See, you say only, but bro, that that isn't cheap. I mean, it's not super expensive, but for Legos, back in my day, Legos back in my day, yeah, I know how that sounds, AD. I know how it sounds. Hey, AD, you might say like, because stuff will like AD. This is what I'll teach you, okay? If you see what's hot right now, later on in life, people will love it. So like whether it's Minecraft or I don't know, whatever, right? Like that type of stuff, um, it will be worth more money than what it is now. And money in general will be worth less. Okay, so everything will cost you more. Inflation always happens. The cost of things never go down. So if you can get your hands on, like, let's say anything, even gold, I know it's expensive, but like, let's say if you have gold, 20 years from now, that gold will be worth more money and silver than what it is now because it's used in so many different facets, right? It's malleable. It's very good for conducting electricity. That's why it's used in every cell phone has gold for their chips, etc. Right? It's a big technology thing. So like if you can get your hands on gold, silver, keep it. It's worth way more. And that's the same thing with like popular things because when you're like stuff that you like right now, you might in 10 years or 5 years or whenever you might say, "Ah, this is trash," and throw it out. Don't. Just put it in a box somewhere in a Rubbermaid or something in the back corner. And dude, that stuff might be worth like it's like GI Joes, let's say, right? Who thought my GI Joes that I had, my like the boat? I had that growing up, chat. It's $600 in the box now. You know what I mean? Used, not like a brand new with the plastic on it, like $600. And that thing was like probably $30 when I was a kid. So yeah, I gave away a lot of stuff, even cards. Like, I'll give you another example. Cards were like worthless. They were worth something at one time, baseball cards, hockey cards, blah, blah, blah. And then they became worthless. And then when COVID came, all of a sudden people started like liking it again. Now you see people buying all these, signed autograph, whatever, whatever, right? For like $1 million and stuff like that. Now it's popular again, so the prices went up. Exactly. If they discontinue it, well, it's all about this, AD, supply and demand. So if there's a demand, right? If people want it, like for gold, like I was saying, there's a demand for electronics or a demand for people wearing it or whatever, right? Like a ton of different things, right? It's also a gold standard what they use as currency in some places and should be, in my opinion, versus paper money. But anyways, that's a whole different battle. But yeah, exactly. If you can find discontinued stuff because there's not much of it, the people who have it, they won't really get rid of it. They'll keep it, right? They're smart or they like it. Like, some stuff I have is like I have a Larry Bird from when I was a kid and I spent 50 or $70, chat. And, like it's worth way more, but it's like it's just to me it's worth way more, right? Like I don't even want to sell it. I know I could sell it. I have a Metallica shirt from when I was a kid, guys, from when I was like 13. It's a Ride the Lightning. And people were like, "Oh, bro, that's worth $150 American. You could sell it." And I was like, "Holy, I didn't know, right?" But I wouldn't sell it because to me, like, and that's why it's worth a lot of money, right? Because people like me, I have it, and I'm like, I'm not gonna sell this. This is where it means more to me because when I had a kid, I had it as a kid, part of me, right? So yeah, I love Metallica, of course. Yeah, real talk. Cards, collectibles, gold, 100. He knows. Because this is the thing. Saint is seen all what I've seen. He's, same age as me. And that's the same with cats. Cats probably saw this. Cats probably had stuff as a kid. And they're probably, if they kept it, they're probably loving it. And they might not sell it, or they might sell it. But they probably got rid of a lot of stuff that is worth a lot of money now. Like, it's very valuable. A lot of it's nostalgia, but also like you said, if companies don't sell it anymore, if they don't make it, if it's discontinued, yeah, for sure. Yeah, 100%. There's no question about it, AD. That's essentially what I was parlaying to. Yes, sir. Everything. Everything. Your food, your like cars will be more expensive, let's say. Throw nothing. That's it. That's it. No, don't ever throw anything away. Just like put it away somewhere, bro, so it's not wet. Don't let it get wet because then it'll get mold, mildew, smelly, blah, blah, blah. And yeah, just keep it dry, keep it safe, throw it in the closet. Bye, Elliot. But yeah, see, cats knows, and so does Saints, because the thing is, bro, when you're older, you'll see trends and history repeats itself. That's one thing I'll try and teach you, young people and just people in general. History always repeats itself. It goes in waves. Like fashion is the same thing. It kind of goes in waves. So yeah, 99 kill an hour. Oh, it's gonna be worth way more than 200. You will never get that for 200 again. Never, 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 never. Yet a house fire lost to Gretzky. I think I know which Gretzky you're talking about. Probably his rookie. Raw, Brodeur, Lindros, so many rookies. Oh no. Oh, Jordan. I had that 84 Team Jordan USA. I had it. Poof, gone in flames. Oh no. Get insurance. Yeah, insurance isn't a bad idea either, bro. Because hey, I was saying earlier, guys, that's what I was saying about gold. Like my gold chain, my grandmother taught me that. Your house might go up in flames, but you're probably not going to be in it, hopefully. And if you're not, whatever you got on you is what you got, bro. And that might be your food. That might be a ticket out. Because she was from the old country, right? So she had to escape different things. And, it's a totally different life for her. So if she had rings or bracelets or something like that, that was literally like the only thing she had in some cases. If the Gestapo comes and kicks you out your house and steals all your stuff, but you have, some stuff hidden because you had 2 seconds to put it, in a place where nobody would go, that's all you got. That's it. Maybe the clothes on your back, maybe not. But yeah, AD, that's exactly, pretty solid advice all around. you know. And I'm glad you guys agreed with me. Thank you. But you know, it's just something they've probably seen, you know, stuff they had as a kid is just like it's like bonkers how much it's worth now. It's like, what? That's worth that now? But when I was a kid, it was, oh my God, if I would have only bought 10 of those, you know? But you just have to figure out what that is, you know? That's the difference, I guess. That's the trick. Because not everything is good, you know, going to be super valuable. Some things will be, but everything, you hit the nail on the head. Everything is worth more. Your RC car, you'll never get that for 200 in 10 years. I promise you. You'll never get it for 200. You know that place downtown Elmer that burned? That was your spot. 30 ounces of gold. Holy. Oh, wow. That's a lot of gold, dude. You have a replica Jordan jersey. 98 bucks. Nice, nice. Every single photo, that'd be even just as bad. Wow. Wow, that's crazy, bud. Fires can be so crushing, man. I've never had that happen, never had that experience, so but I know like my mom's house almost burnt down. And it was like it was scary. I got a phone call. I'll be right back. Give me 2 minutes. Hello, hello. I'm back. Yes, that is my ex calling me to throw the axe. But yeah, I will play some Fortnite. I have an hour, like I said. I have till 4. Expensive in years, so I'm gonna keep them. Yeah, yeah, definitely, definitely, bro. You know, like I don't know. I'm trying to think of anything, but you know, anything that would be deemed nostalgic or collectible per se. Like you said, if they're not making them anymore, that's a beautiful thing because you know some people are gonna want them eventually, and they won't have them. They'll be broken, they'll be messed up, they'll be this or that. And if you have it in mint condition in the package, in the box, you know, yes sir, that is my name. That is my name. I very rarely have told anybody that AD, but yeah, that's my name. Um, Yeah, you know, and like I don't know, I lost my train of thought there of what I was thinking, but yeah, like you know, like shoes probably would be a good one, just Jordans because Jordans were in when we were a kid, right? Like for example, when me and Saint were a kid, Jordans were huge. Hi, Elliot. They were huge. Jordans were really, really huge. And then obviously now as kids, right, Jordans are really big. So let's say if you just got a pair of Jordans that was like the best size, let's say the most common size, I would say, not 12s, obviously, like maybe nines, nines and a half, tens. I don't know what they are. But if you got Jordans, bro, and you just literally like put them away nicely. You got to be careful with some shoes because they will fall apart or something. I don't know what you would have to do. Maybe just put something that moisturizes it, but I'm sure there'd be a way that you could keep them in mint condition. And I guarantee you, in 20 years, bro, those Jordans would buy you like a little car or something. You know, I'm telling you. God bless you, bro. God bless you. But yeah, you know, Jordans, I feel like that's a solid investment because, you know, when I was a kid, they were popular, and then now there's been a huge resurgence for Jordans. Like my friends' kids are like Jordans, Jordans, Jordans. That's what I want. Jordans, Jordans. They're going nuts. So 4 minutes. Okay, nice, nice. All right, I Really, really appreciate it. I don't want to end this stream, to be honest. There's 8 of you guys watching. I thank you so much. It's been an awesome chill chat stream. Like, I can't believe there's 8 people. Guys, this does better than my Battlefield 6 streams. How is that possible? Like, did you guys just not want me to play? But yeah, I don't know. Honestly, it's been such a cool talk. But I am going to hop over onto Fortnite if you guys want to join up. I know Ruthless has been waiting. I'm only going to play Fortnite for probably an hour. Yeah, Jordan's, I think, honestly, bro, Jordan's would be it. That's what I would probably do. And just figure out how to make them so they don't like disintegrate or whatever happens. Because I've seen some bad things happen that they just sat in a box and something, I don't know, whatever went wrong with it. But yeah, maybe put them in plastic. I know air disintegrates a lot of things. Air is your enemy. Same with water, obviously, big time. But yeah. Thank you guys so much, man. It's been awesome. Yeah, I'm going to hop on Fortnite. Elliot, if you can hop on Fortnite, then do so. I'm going to be on there for an hour, and then that is going to be it for me for a bit streaming, I think, unless, my friend wants to stream. But yeah, thank you guys so much, man, honestly. Really consistent viewership today. Yeah, fair enough. But yeah, cheers. And, cats, if you would like to come out and play, if you want to play some Fortnite, hop in. You're more than welcome to. You are more than welcome to. And yeah, guys, thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it. It's been a heck of a stream. I didn't think I was going to stream for 5 hours doing a talk stream. And who would have thought I got 19 likes? That's probably, honestly, a record for me. So yeah, cheers. That is freaking awesome. You guys are goated. I will catch you guys on the Fortnite stream. Thank you.